Hello, Ranjit sir. Hello, Ranjit sir. Start.
Ayo kami go. Kami undu jina.
Ini খাবেন তো?
So respected all participants, please mute your audio and video. Please mute your audio and video. Respected participants, please mute your audio and video. So it's a fantastic evening to all, one and all present over this virtual platform. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Pokemon University, Professor Madhumita Das ma'am, esteemed Principal, Professor Sushil Kumar Giri sir, today's dignitaries, esteemed Professor Mohan Gautam sir, President and Chancellor, European University of West and East, Netherlands, Professor Kumar Suresh, Professor and Head, Department of Educational Administration, National Institute of Planning and Administration, New Delhi, Professor Vijay Kumar Boidar, President Gaveshana Chakra and Visiting Professor, Department of Political Science, Ravenshaw University, Mr. Sushant Kumar Naik, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Rajiv Gandhi Central University, and most importantly, our today's participants from different part of the globe. We have some participants from Dubai, Singapore, and Thailand also. So this is Dr. Jagannath Kumar, coordinator of this webinar. On behalf of RIHS, I welcome you all to this virtual platform. And it's a time to hand over the session to our esteemed principal, sir, for the welcome address. So over to you, sir. Over to you, sir, principal, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. I am very much pleased to know the organization of this international webinar. Further, I am extremely delighted on having virtual presence of our beloved chief patron, Professor Dr. Madhumita Chancellor Fakirmohan University, Odisha, our invited speaker, Professor Priyan University of West and East, National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, Professor Vijay Kumar Bohidar, President, Gaveshana Chakra and Visiting Faculty, Ravenshaw University, Mr. Sushant Naik, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Rajiv Gandhi Central University, Arunachal Pradesh, who will certainly enlighten us on the topic virtual learning challenges and prospects in higher education. I welcome to all the guests and speakers from the core of my heart and on behalf of the Rural Institute of Higher Studies, Bhogarai, Balasore, Odisha, India. Again, I welcome all the participants from India and abroad and expect full cooperation for this webinar with their valuable suggestion, rational interaction, and deeper involvement with the issue to derive miracle intellectual breakthrough. I also welcome and air my good wishes to the convener, Dr. Dhirendra Kumar Jana, coordinator, Dr. Jagannath Kumar, organizing secretary, Mr. Mandar, moderator, to Mr. Tapan Kumar Ponda and their team for organizing their perseverance, hard work on the list. I welcome to all the media friends, those who have also joined this educational event. Finally, I conclude my welcome address once again, wishing all the success, thanking you all.
So thanks a lot, sir, for your warm welcome. Now it's time to introduce our today's dignitaries. For that, I'd like to request Mr. Ranjit Mandal. So over to you, sir. Mr. Ranjit Mandal.
Thank you, sir. Hello, viewers. I am Ranjit Mandal, Organizing Secretary of this webinar. I feel privileged today to introduce our distinguished guests and speakers. But it's extremely difficult to introduce such dignitaries, eminent figures within a limited time frame. So in brief, we have among us Professor Madhumita Das as our chief patron, Professor Das, Vice Chancellor of Fakir Mohan University, Baleshwar, Odisha, is an eminent figure in the field of geology. Professor Das has carried out her research as Dard Fellow under Indo-German Exchange Program at Heidelberg University in Germany and presented her research work as delegates at Japan, China, UK, Portugal, Norway, Australia, South Africa, and in many other countries. Presently, she is the Vice President of South Asian Association of Women Geoscientists and member of corresponding citizen scientist of IAPG. She is known for her active association with various international research organizations such as International Association for Gondwana Research, International Medical Geology Association, Indian Institute of Mineral Engineers, among many others. We are extremely delighted to have ma'am among us. We have with us Professor Mohan Kant Gautam as our speaker today. Professor Gautam obtained his DLIT from Leiden University, Netherlands. He presently holds the position of Honorable Chancellor and President, European University of West and East Netherlands. Additionally, he holds quite a significant numbers of positions as Vice Global President, SM University for Netherlands, Seoul, South Korea. Chairman of IUAES, an Anthropological Union Association affiliated to UNESCO. European representative of the Indian Diaspora Council, New York, and many more. He has the honor of receiving various European and international awards. His name has been recorded in international directories of world-famous scholars. Professor Mohan Kant Gautam has shared his great wealth of knowledge by delivering lectures in various universities across the globe. Thank you, sir, for having with us. We have among us Professor Bohidar, Professor Vijay Kumar Bohidar with us. Professor Bohidar has 43 years of long teaching experience. He has co-authored a book in Odia on political economy of Odisha's underdevelopment entitled Odisha Doridra Kahigi. His current interest is in the study of power structures, development process, and marginalized groups. He is the founder member of Gaveshana Chakra and Development Research Institute, and presently he is the president of Gaveshana Chakra. Professor Bohidar is also associated with Ravenshaw University as a visiting professor in the Department of Political Science. We are extremely delighted today to have Professor Kumar Suresh with us. Professor Kumar Suresh is professor and head Department of Educational Administration at the National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, New Delhi. Professor Kumar is having the distinction of being awarded Summa Cum Laude at the Institute of Federalism, University of Freiburg, Switzerland. He has served as chairman and member of different expert committees of UGC and ICSSR, New Delhi. Professor Kumar Suresh has visited different countries in international collaborative programs such as Switzerland, Canada, Serbia, Thailand, and many other countries. Professor Suresh was also associated with a multi-country research study on high-stakes examinations and its impact on youth in Asia-Pacific region, sponsored by UNESCO Bangkok branch. We have with us Mr. Sushant Kumar Nayak as an eminent speaker. Mr. Nayak, a young mind in the field of education, presently works as an assistant professor in the Department of Education at Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh. He had many publications to his credit in different national and international journals, and he has written many chapters in edited books also. He has attended several programs as resource persons in different FDPs, training programs, workshops, and orientation programs. Mr. Naik is also associated with various educational and professional organizations like IATE, AIAER, and GERA, among many others. This is what all about our guests in nutshell. Now over to Dr. Jagannath Kumar for beginning the scheduled presentation. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Professor Mandal. So I know it's very difficult to introduce our guys. History.
Sir, you are not audible.
So now it's the time to just passing the session to Dr. Jena for the keynote speaking. So over to Dr. Jena.
Good afternoon to one and all of this webinar. I am very much glad as I have got to give him a keynote speech on this special occasion. So we have taken the topic as virtual learning challenges and prospects in higher education. And especially this topic was emphasized in the period of COVID-19. That's why we have selected this one. So education is the foundation of the society, any society. So when the structure of education is jeopardized, then automatically entire society will be collapsed. So in this perspective, to know the different challenges of virtual learning, we have taken this one. So education can be provided by various approaches, like the behavioralism, then cognitivism, etc., etc. So behavior, the studying the behavior of the students is a very important thing. So by taking this type of platforms, then virtual platform, definitely we have many sorts of problems and challenges in India, not only in India, but internationally. For example, then learning style, there are many hindrances for learning styles and pedagogical then learning, then technological challenges, then technological training, then time management challenges. So different types of challenges, of course, to impart education, to impart training through digital platforms. In spite of it, many merits are there also. For example, convenience. Convenience, that means the time, location, place. Then this digital learning is definitely student-centered. Then thereafter there is easy access to get the resources. from different parts of not only national and international. Then there is a less expensive also than learning new technologies. Definitely the problems makes us perfect. So definitely these situations has spirited us or to encourage us to know more use of the technologies. Then next one is, the technology cannot be discriminated. Technology must be indiscriminated. That is another theme. Then it has created huge storage technology that if we use this digital learning system, then definitely we can get storage capacity. So in spite of it, many problems are there. Many problems, especially there is ground problems. In cities, the students, those who are in city and urban areas, then definitely they are getting some extent of facilities, whether it is web or whether it is data, whether it is Wi-Fi, etc., etc. But we have to think about the students, those who are residing in urban area, rural areas and remote rural areas. So they are definitely facing huge amount of problems. So anyway, in total, if we see, then definitely we can develop some questions. Then regarding the problems. For example, can students, teachers, institutions be adaptive in respect of the money and respect of technology? And can they afford for it, all these things? Then second question may be rise that what about the affordability of the poor students, whether for virtual learning they can afford. Then the next question may be risen, that is what about the online class for vocational courses, for example nursing and engineering. Then what may be options for them?
Sir,
Then
please, sir,
next
please
one is
brief. Sir,
can
please brief, sir, brief, sir.
online learning, yes. So can institutional online provide facilities for all these things? Anyway, I think definitely our speakers will give more enlightenment in this regard. Thank you all.
So thanks a lot, Dr. Zainab, for this brief keynote address. Now it's the time, and I'm taking the privilege to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, FM University, for the special address. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaskar. A very good afternoon to you all. I am extremely delighted to be a part of this international webinar, which is organized by our affiliated college, one of the premier college, RIHS Bhograi. I must congratulate the convener, the organizing secretary, and also the principal for organizing this seminar. And also I understand that they are going to organize a series of seminar or lecture series in the forthcoming days, because they have taken the initiative, and then in the coming months through these online webinars they are going to organize. Many universities are not able to organize such a large number of webinars. So I must congratulate the principal and his entire team for this very, very good effort given by them. I think all the students are going to be benefited by this. When also I must congratulate, and on behalf of Fakirman University, I extend my grateful thanks to our esteemed resource persons, Professor Mohan Gautam, and also Professor Kumar Suresh, Professor B.K. Bahidar, and also Mr. Nayak. They have given their valuable time and they have agreed to be with us in this international webinar. I think this is the beginning. Also in the coming days, they will also extend their cooperation to Fakirman University and all our affiliated colleges in this manner. So once again, I thank all the participants who have joined this webinar. So when I am talking about this virtual learning, so one thing that first comes to my mind, that we did not know that we can teach our students through online. So during this pandemic COVID-19, I think this is the only positive silver lining, because our social life is shattered, our economic life is shattered, and we are facing so many difficulties. We are in lockdown, shutdown, containment zone, but now we are able to organize international and national webinar, because sometimes it is not possible to organize 1000, more than 1000 people together, but we now are totally connected through this online mode. So this is the only good thing that has happened during this COVID-19 pandemic. So another thing is, when I talk about virtual learning, always I remember what once Nelson Mandela told, that if you want to destroy a nation, you don't need any atom bomb. You don't need any nuclear weapon. Just you decrease the quality of education, the nation will be automatically destroyed. So I think many teachers are here, and some of our students are here. We must emphasize on quality of teaching. Although we have, or we, this is the virtual mode, or now we are going to conduct online exams, online classes also, but I always emphasize that students are now very techno savvy. They are getting any lot of information through just at their fingertip. They can access 1000 websites or even Google, but Google cannot be a substitute for a teacher. A teacher is a teacher. When we teach in the class, not only we give or we finish our curriculum, we also emphasize or give the the moral values of life. It is the duty of a teacher not only to finish the curriculum, but also to bring all the talents, hidden potentials of our students. So I believe each and every teacher is a Dronacharya, and we have to find out the little Arjuna, the little talent which is hidden inside the student, and we have to bring it, and we have to inspire them. And also I would like to request all the teachers that this will happen when the COVID pandemic will also go. This is going to be the teaching method in the new normal situation. So the virtual classes will be there, and also face-to-face physical classes also will be there. The mixture of physical classes and virtual classes is the new term that is given as blended learning. So we are to opt for blended learning. There is no other option for us. So when we go for blended learning, there is so much work to do. For our side also, university also has to change the curriculum. The students have to change, and also the teachers have to change. The teachers were called gurus, and they were sage on the stage. But now they have to be the guide on the side. That means we have to act not only as the role of a teacher, but the teacher has to be a mentor, a guide, a facilitator for these online classes. We have to upload our lectures in PPT mode. We have to upload the related videos to our students. We have to send notes through emails, and also we have to clear their doubts in physical mode when they come back to the classes. So I think this blended learning will be very beneficial in the coming days when the pandemic will be over, and then also we have to follow this blended learning. One thing is, in blended learning we have two types of methods, you can say. One is augmented reality, another is virtual reality. When we say augmented reality, that means we have to give some we can say enable them in digital mode. Either we can give them video or sound system, so to augment give emphasis on the physical mode teaching. But when we say virtual learning, exactly what is happening, for example, suppose I want to teach the interior of the earth, the internal structure of the earth. I can show them through a model so that the students can visualize that is better than the physical mode of teaching. Or a biology teacher can show the students how the human heart functions. Through virtual learning, we can teach them in a better manner than the classroom teaching. So with this, I would like to end, and I congratulate once again. I think this webinar and all the forthcoming webinars will be a grand success. All my best wishes are with you. And I think the RIHS Bogarai, we have the PG classes running there, Odia and English. So I am very proud of this college and I wish you all the best. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to share my feelings with you. Thank you all.
Thanks a lot, ma'am, for enlightening us with your united reflections. And you have pointed out from different angles, geological point of view, biological point of view, many angles you have pointed out. For that, thanks a lot, ma'am. So now it's the time and the most awaited moment to listen our esteemed speaker, Professor Mohan Kant Gautam, sir. Before that, I would like to welcome once again our fourth speaker, Professor Gautam, sir, and Professor Kumar Suresh, sir, Professor Binay Kumar Bhoidar, sir, and Mr. Sushant Kumar, Assistant Professor. So now it's the time to listen our esteemed Professor Mohan Kant Gautam, sir. Sir, over to you, sir. Professor Mohan Kant Gautam, sir.
Can you listen me, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's audible.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk to you, and especially on higher education, and then the rural higher education. Now, there are so many things which we have to think. When we have to think about the rural areas, or let's say the rurality, then what does we mean by it? It means it's not only the jungle, zameen, and what's called the water, jal, but it's also a question of mountains. Now, that means this is the richest area where you can have the cultivation of land, where you can have all the minerals, where you can also use zoology, geology, archaeology, because that is the richest ocean in a way. And this can give you some idea. Now, what I am trying, when we talk about rural higher studies, that means we have to develop all these things. It's not only question of agriculture. It's not only a question of doing research on zoology or geology, but it's also a question of what just now the VC has said very clearly, the blended learning. Now, blended learning, I think it's a question of, from the social sciences point of view, it's going to be a holistic approach, multidisciplinary holistic approach. That means you would look at only one side, but you would not neglect the related other discipline. This is the one thing which I think we have to keep in mind, so that students can develop new faculties and then they can move. Now the question here arises, we are, let's say, now in Odisha, and so there are other states of India also. There is a question of that there is that the people or the communities are somewhere not homogeneous. They are divided. And they are divided because the techniques of understanding the earth, the understanding of the region is different. So we will have to see the higher rural studies from the point of view of regions, regionalities, but we have to correlate it with all India basis. And then afterwards, we have also to have an international connections. Now, this is the way we can work it out. Now, I have not given thanks to the VC. I have not given thanks to the principal, registrar, or even the coordinators. But you understand, I have a feeling for them because without them, I would not have come here and told you something. Now, the problem is here, and I think this I have to tell to you. Higher education, we are talking, but we have to see higher education in terms of historical sketches, government policies, the policies, and the in practice and in theory. Because after all, we are connected with the sustainable development of our country, of our region, of our villages, of our area. Now, historical sketch which we have to see. Now, there are so much drastic changes have taken place, which we have to accept it. And that one can go back at the time of Akbar the Great, Mughal, when the Birbal, one of his ministers, changed the language or tried to unify the language and took Persian as a court language, as an official language. It continued, and even when the Britishers came as a East India Company, and after 1757, when they got the presidency of Bengal, they wanted to have the same system. And the same system was not only in the language, but was also in terms of whatever the cultures people have, they should remain in the same way. Now, ethnologically speaking, there have been the problem because India has always been divided from the point of view of social hierarchy. When the tribals or Adivasis have been working, and I'm talking about earlier Chota Nagpur region, which is now divided, and Odisha has a part, Bengal has a part, Chhattisgarh has a part, even Bihar has some part, and Jharkhand, of course. So, what has happened? The Adivasis have been fighting for one thing: Jal, Jameen, or Jungle. But of course, mountains are also there. Because if we have to look at from the ecological point of view, without these three, we cannot develop any sustainable development, and there would be no progress. And all these areas, they have done, the governments have done a lot of work and try to maintain somewhere a status, but that status they have tried to look at as the development of people, because they should be educated, they should know more, and they should even be the advisor to the other states and to the other areas. So this has been a start with the colonial time, but then suddenly we have, after 1857, people say it was the first mutiny, the British would say, Indians would say it was the first war of independence. During the time of Queen Victoria, suddenly India developed the 5 universities. The basic idea was to have the higher education. Of course, the idea goes back, which was a biased idea, which was from Macaulay during the 1830, around that time, that he said we have to see our people. Our people, he meant the subject, that means the Indian, that they should speak English and they should be more close to the British system so that the British administrators can understand. So it is started in that way. Anyway, I move further. And I mean, before the independence, of course, the British system continued. And a very interesting thing is there are three types of government policies from the European point of view. One was like the Britishers, Dutch, Danish people, they had their colonies, even in India and other countries. They wanted to have one thing, and that is that the people, the subjects, where they have got the new land, as they said, they should devote their time on the law. They should understand what the British law is, and they should respect British law. Respect, they would get the problem. But they left the communities free to behave in their own way, and that's why the culture and traditions remained in India and other countries. This was the policy number one, the colonial policy. Second policy was, which started from the Portugal and then continued with Spain and France and even Italian. Italian was in between. They had the colonies and they wanted to completely change the people into the French system, into the Spanish system, into the Portuguese system. So they even changed their names, and then the people were forced to have their own religion. That religion was whatever they had, it was in their brain, in their mind, but they must accept the Catholicism, which was well known in those countries. And the third was a policy which became a little different, like Mozambique, etc. The Germans were also interested. And what Germans wanted that people should behave, and I mean it, a sort of a servant, that whatever the German would say, they should accept it, but they cannot be German. They have no relation with Germany, except on the later stages, the thing started that they should, if either of the parents is German, then perhaps the nationalities or somewhere they can acquire from Germany. Now, all these happened. What I'm trying to say, how the higher education developed, because they all had the higher education. India also had, but the Indian higher education was different. Of course, it started Raja Ram Mohan Roy. He started the colleges, and basic idea was that our education should not be less than the Britishers. And then, of course, afterwards, Madan Mohan Malviya also tried to develop what is called the NRCE, teaching training program. And the basic idea was how we can have the higher education. After the independence of India, 1948 and 1949, I think, there was a Radhakrishnan Commission on university education, and this tried to change certain things. And the basic idea was the Indians should also feel that they are Indian and they can also do something for their own country. Now, these things developed, but the higher education was just a status. It did not have any direct effect with the people, and the rural areas and urban areas were almost untouched. Of course, in the meantime, ICS, Indian Civil Bureaucrat Services started. They started executive work for the administrator. In a way, actually, India developed or maintained the legacy of colonial system. Now, recently, I don't know much, but you do know that the government of India started a national educational policy. And this educational policy has, I think, in a way, developed some new ideas. And those new ideas are A, that people should feel that they are Indian wherever they live. And secondly, which they wanted to say, that the heritage of Indian culture must be maintained. But then my idea is it can only be maintained regionally. Because as I always said, family is the means to learn everything. And culture is a part of the family, which is in terms of traditions, family institutions, and so on and so forth. Now, if the family is not properly understood, then the whole culture of India can never be understood, because no one can go to Kerala, no one can go to, let's say, Punjab and Delhi, etc., because people are only limited to their own areas, the rural areas, and the families and the villages. So these two ideas developed, and they are still there, and let's hope that in future they would work together. And they also tried to develop another thing in the policy, that the old scholars and philosophers of India, that means like Aryabhat and Panini, etc., etc., they should also be kept in our mind that India has done something. There we come to the civilization and cultural aspect of India. In a way, the British, the present educational policy of government of India has also kept, maintained, like the VC just now, Madhumitaji said, that the blended approach, it is a sort of holistic approach, that we have to see things in a way where the multidisciplinary approach can be used. And that's a question of creativity, new creation, but in a new form. This is more important. Now, I now move to like languages. Well, India is not a nation. India is trying to develop a nation, but it is a difficult question. And that's why the rural development or rural higher education is always limited to the region. It is not limited to India because you can't see the other parts of India. For example, if we have to look at the social sciences point of view, humanities points of view, even pure sciences points of view, physics, chemistry, zoology, geology, all the subjects, then we come to a certain point that how we can understand India. Like oceanographical researches can also give you a lot of material, but we have not done anything. We have done something. I'm sure if we try to look at the Bay of Bengal, or between, let's say, the Indian Ocean, between Africa and India, I think there we are going to develop so many new things, and then it would also have somewhere connections with the tsunami, earthquakes, etc. But there we have not been able to do the research. Again, question of higher education. Now, another thing is that when we have to see the technologies, like the website studies which are going on, or like cyber studies, as just now our VC said, that the digital system, all these things are possible and they are being used. But the question is here that without understanding a language of a country, of a or a culture, if we want to do something, we are somewhere limited. Now, India's case is even a difficult case. That's why people used to say it's a subcontinent. And the reasons are, India has 5 families of languages. India has many cultures and historical sketches. Now, it's very difficult. Like Odisha is rich in a way because Odisha has, from the southern part, Ganjam area, and so they are the Telugu speaking peoples, which is a sort of South Indian language, but it's a bridge between the north and the south. Then you have the Odia or a language, which is the new new European Aryan languages, as it is called, where the whole North India is a part of that. Even the European cultures of England, languages of England, Germany, Netherlands, Scandinavia, they are all part of that new Indo-Aryan language. So this is the second language. Third language which you have is the Mundaric and the Orange language. Now, Mundaric language is actually Austroasiatic language, which is a different language. So you have the third language. And the Orang language is also Dravidian language, but it's a different type of language because they are close to the Mundaric people. They are not close to the Kannada people because people say they came from Karnataka. And then, of course, if you cross the sea towards the Andaman Island, then you come to a different type of language, which are not in Odisha, and which is very similar to like Onje and Panyan in Kerala. They are very similar to the other countries of like New Guinea and Africa, which are not part of Odisha, but very near to Odisha. And then in the north, you have the Tibeto-Burman language. So what I'm trying to say, that once we have to do researches, we have to understand the people, understand the rural area, then only we can move further. So this is a question which is always to me creating problems. In which way, how the teachers can develop ideas to tell to the students. B, how the students can communicate to the teachers, because students do know, if they come from rural areas, how rich their areas are, but they cannot put into some statistical account or in any. So this is a question of communication, which we have to have. Now, basic idea of the higher education is that we have to develop our students, our faculties, our departments as an outstanding research institutions, which can not only help our community, our region, our friends, but also India. But as I say, even the African countries, Latin American countries, the South Africa, they can also take advantage, and they can compare their areas with India, and then India can be a model to them. So the area studies, which rural studies or higher rural studies, is a question of area studies, because the urban areas are different. They have a different issues, they have a different problems, but the areas in the rural areas are different. And I think, interestingly, people used to say India lives almost 80% in villages. But the work was done only in the urban areas. And these villagers were given some chance, but they were in a periphery, they were connected. That's why I say that we have to create a sort of a bridge between the teachers, institutions, and students, and of course the area, because we are working within an area, and that area can never be neglected. But then there's one more thing. In the rural education, we have also to think about it, and that's it. In rural areas, you also have hand crafts. I mean, like either they are the potters or they are the what's called the woodworkers. I mean, there are all sorts of iron workers, etc., etc. And sometimes maybe they can be part of vocational training. Now, higher rural institutes of education, how they can develop the vocational training, because all can't be the professor, all can't be the on high positions. If I use the word high, the society is divided in so many sections, and we have to cover all the sections. So the vocational training is another section which should be considered by the rural higher education studies, because the majority of the people who develop certain new things, unique things, they are not in the cities, they are only in the rural area. So I think we have to do something there. But then problem which I am getting, education is very important. I mean, education is called in European country, not education, pedagogy. Now, pedagogy is important because you have to give new ideas to the students. They should accept new ideas, but they can only do it when the government provides the facilities, because you are always limited with a certain thing, and that is the money. But anyway, that could be worked out in a way, I'm sure. But the teachers should be sent, like just now in one of the introductions, I was told that at least 2-3 people went to the other countries and they learned a lot and they came back to India. Like Suresh Kumar was one of the men mentioned, a professor, and so was I think other people also. And I think that's the way the professors should be sent to the other countries, and they can learn and they can come back, or whether they use the digital system, whether they use the class system, or whether they use the online system, which is now going on. All three could be used depending upon the scope. Like Mahamari, this infection disease, corona is going on. I mean, people can't go. And then you have to have the online basis classes, I mean, which are also being conducted in Netherlands and European countries. But then one more thing I think I would like to say, this is very important, and that is, if we look at the European system, people must be knowing, I mean, you all have gone to foreign countries, and that's the one thing there which I'm telling, because I have taught in Oslo, I have taught in Netherlands, I have taught in many countries. And that is, Indian system, when I was a student in Lucknow, was a different system. You had certain books, and then you had certain curriculum, and those books were written also on the basis of curriculum, and that was it. The student has to know them, and then the students have to know them, and they have to move further for the higher education. Now, that's not the system here. I know I have been here more than 40 years, 50 years, something like that. I have found out the teachers are very, very free. The courses they have to give, they have to decide themselves. And once they have decided the courses, they have to ask the student what time they can come. So the timings can also be changed. Even the examinations. I mean, sometimes, like I remember in Leiden University, you can have examination every month. And those, the basic idea is that how far a student can learn from us. And then on that basis, we know what he is and which way he is developing his personality. So that's my idea. And then he has to apply his talent within the society, outside society, and so that the new ideas can develop and they can be the part of higher education. Now, I tell you one example. There is in rural education in Netherlands, for example, I'm giving you, there's a university called Wageningen. Wageningen is written differently, but since they pronounce the words differently, that's why it is called Wageningen, but it is an agriculture university. And they have been doing for years, and this is something very interesting that perhaps we could also have done in India. They take the whole class of the students, 40, 50, 20, 30, depends upon, to other European countries, to other Asian countries, to other Latin American countries. And they want to show them the agriculture area, what they are doing, how they are developing. And that gives them a new idea in which way, if we have to develop a hybridized crop or whatever it is, what ideas we can take from outside and in which way we can move further. This is another thing. Similarly, one more thing which we have in practicality. Is there time, Sam? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Is
sir.
there time more,
Yes,
or
sir.
I have taken?
Yes, sir. Till 2:15, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is, like, you have the milk product system in Netherlands. I mean, if you want to see the milk, India was known for milk and yogurt, etc. But if you want to see the real milk, I think Netherlands is one of the center where you have the pure milk, because there is a lot of inspection. Without inspection, you can't move further. And I think the inspection is necessary in India, because higher education will need new projects. I mean, that is the idea. The student should help in developing those new products. So I think something should be there also, and I think that can help many things to our rural higher education. I'm just using the word rural because I've been asked to speak in the rural institute of education, but it's of course a part of Fakir Mohan universe. And then another thing which we have to do is that somewhere we have to ignore or develop some ideas. In our Indian constitution, the ideas are there, but in practicalities, still there is hierarchy. And hierarchy gives a lot of problem to students. They want to study, but then the certain people in the village or outside the village will look at them differently. Oh, they are the people from different caste and class or whatever it is. So they are neglected, they are ignored. I mean, this is not good. I think higher education should also develop an idea that we all are the same, because principally we can laugh in the same way, we can have the problems in the same way, and we can even abuse in the same way, because there are certain aggressiveness we can resist. That's another thing. What I'm trying to say, like sociologists always said, that the action role theory is a very important. Whatever role you play, that's limited to yourself, and because that gives you some satisfaction. But if you have to look at from the point of view which have also been a problem in India, also due to the social scientists, that the if there are the bilingual state or trilingual state, those social scientists developed some sort of ideas that one language is superior and another language is inferior, which is all wrong. Because if we have to look at the Talcott Parson, one of the role theory, then we have different roles. But basic idea is how we can keep our identity and live in integrity and respect. I think these are the things which we have to keep in our mind. I think I can say more, but I think that since time is running out, I would like to thank you, all people who have organized this webinar, and it will continue. I would like to hear or listen something from you also. I think this is something very, very important, and I think I must thank to the coordinators, Dr. Jenna and others, and of course, the patronage of the VC is very important because, as she said, the blended approach, and I'm using the holistic approach with the multidisciplinary approach is very, very necessary. Only one last thing which I would say, that in approaches, how to understand the people, rural higher education has a very important task. And I always feel that you should develop a different system which should be psychoanalytical, sociological, anthropological, ethnological, and I'm trying to work out on that. And I would use the term cognitive approach. If you know what a person is thinking, if you can then concrete it in a way, then you know what does he want, in which way he want to live, and in which way he want to live as a part of society. So I think this cognitive approach is very, very important, and I think we all should try to develop something from this. And I'm sure India within 20 years will develop a very good high education, and Odisha can do a lot, because Odisha is a sort of miniature India where so many languages and everything are there, and I'm proud of it. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir, for this beautiful narration. You have tossed many points from tribal point of view to colonial times, policy perspectives, national policy on education 2020, cyber slides, digital systems, language, culture, many things you have pointed out. The most beautiful thing you have narrated here is rural India should be emphasized before virtual learning. That is the most important part, because we need an infrastructure, all that things. And one more thing you have added here, that we have to develop the skills of teachers, students as a whole. And the third most important thing is that we need some exchange program. That means the teacher and professor should be interacted with the different cultures, and visit different countries to learn many techno-savvy approaches. Thanks a lot, sir, for this beautiful narration, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. So now it's the time. Hello. Now it's the time for one on second speaker, and he's going to deliver the lecture on the topic virtual learning in the lens of National Policy on Education 2020, which is the very recent approach. So for that, let me welcome Professor Kumar Suresh sir for his talk. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Very good afternoon to the participant, Vice Chancellor Professor Madhumita Das, the speakers on the panel, organizers of the webinar, the nearly 200 participants. I consider this an opportunity to interact with you. Dr. Dhirendra Jaina is say your ambassador here. In fact, some years back, perhaps 2-3 years back, I had delivered a lecture in Pondicherry Central University in one of the programs. And he was, of course, in touch, but suddenly I received his invitation to participate in this program. So it was very difficult for me to say no. Though it's Sunday and throughout these working days, it is very difficult for us. As you are aware that I am in the National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, which is a lead national level institution under the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. We are deeply involved in supporting the ministry in terms of policy and planning. So obviously you can understand that the whole, it is not that we have say prepared the entire policy, but definitely our role and mandate is to support the government in whatever way we can do. Moreover, being in leadership position as Professor Head and also Registrar of the university for the last 2 years. So it was really a difficult time for me to think about this, but I thought that the different many times we have been interacting with a number of resource persons of lead institutions. So that is one kind of audience which we have been interacting with. But definitely this is one where I thought this is really good to interact and know the people. Different kinds of people belonging to different disciplines. So at the outset, I would like to join other panelists and also your Vice Chancellor in extending sincere thanks and also congratulating you for a college or an institution in rural India thinking beyond the traditional mode of connecting to the wider world. It is not an easy job. But you have been able to, it could be a number of limitations could be there, but definitely you have been able to transcend those limitations and of course offer, you have been able to offer number of possibilities and if educational institutions are ready to offer possibilities, definitely that will be also subject to here and there interrogation, affirmation, and finally that may take shape. So that is really important. The time which I have been given around 40 minutes or so, what I propose to do, 3-4 important aspect I would like to touch upon before coming to the whole issue of education policy. As a researcher, I would like to pose 3 important questions. Why we are talking about virtual learning today? Have we been talking about virtual learning earlier? Perhaps not in that way, and not an institute which is located in Balasore, Balasore district. Perhaps not. It is not that it was not being discussed or explored at the global level that was there, but this was not the case in our institutions of higher learning. So definitely the first is that yes, why we are talking about this whole idea of virtual learning. In fact, COVID-19 that has posed a kind of challenge for all of us, and this is a challenge which all of us in our own respective way have to respond. And you would not believe, despite the fact that I come from a premier institution, national level institution, with all supports, all facilities. But even in this institution, people were not transacting the classes through Google Meet or in online mode. Partly we were just discussing this for the last 6-7 years, that no, we should move towards, in the first case, with blended mode, and finally to online mode. But this did not happen. But this COVID-19, this is just an important piece of information, and that could explain the whole context of virtual learning. Some of you may be aware, especially those who belong to education, that we also offer international diploma and international diploma in educational planning and administration. And different developing countries, the government, that is through Ministry of say External Affairs, we get nomination every year, 30 participants who are already administrators in their respective countries. And they come to us for 3 months, and they try to explore how India is dealing with the whole issue of educational planning and administration as substantive issue, but more than that, what does it mean? So it was in this context that the whole group was with us. And that was a challenge, what to do with this group when lockdown has been declared and classes have to be suspended. We could not say that, no, you go back to your own country. Of course, we had to, meet the challenge. So suddenly we started exploring that how can we meet the challenge of separating from traditional physical classroom to virtual classroom. So this was immediate context. Then we started with our own ICT team, that how we can go ahead, and definitely they provided us support, and we shifted from physical classroom space to virtual classroom space. And this is definitely a gradual process. It is not that suddenly you have to do. But why I'm sharing this experience, institutional experience, for the simple reason that yes, COVID-19 provided, posed a very, very difficult challenge for all of us as a teacher, as institutional leaders, but and also for the students, and that too, diversity of a student. It is not the kind of a student I suppose you are addressing to, or your catchment area is not Delhi or Mumbai or metropolitan cities. Definitely you are addressing to students who are coming from a variety of social, economic and background, having their own. I would not say that they lack any kind of cultural capital. But definitely there could be some kind of disconnect between the demands of this kind of virtual learning and their actual location and their actual also in terms of capabilities and capacity. So this definitely is a major challenge. So this COVID-19 definitely has posed a problem, but at the same time, it is also opportunity for us. And the case which I narrated, this is a kind of example, and this is not limited to us. Many of us, you have been able to conduct. Have you think about this kind of practice earlier? Perhaps no. Because remaining in a relatively rural areas, relatively disadvantaged situation, but you have been able to connect to many people from different locations. So this I consider as an opportunity. So definitely this is important one. The second important question, issue that I would like to discuss here is that what do we mean by virtual learning? So this whole virtual learning is not just about technology. Many of us are mistaken. Many of us just restrict ourselves to this idea that yes, we have started taking classes online and this is just, I mean, say a kind of terminal point. It is not so. This is just a means. I mean, the online classes, live interaction, these are just means, not the end. So if we are talking about virtual learning, definitely it is also announcing a kind of departure. It is also announcing a kind of shift from traditional mode. What has happened? In case of traditional mode, teachers were definitely their own advantages. And many issues were already involved. Issues more in terms of problem rather than solutions. Teachers were very comfortable because they when they were doing their research or the way they studied, in many cases, I would not say all, but in many cases it was a kind of repetitive exercise. So once you prepare some kind of notes, you have done some work and you are just repeating it year after year. I mean, in the physical classroom, the situation was also entirely different, both positive and negative aspects. Technology cannot replace the relationship which exists between teacher and student. That is positive aspect. But at the same time, this was also important. This is also important to understand the traditional classroom and traditional teaching learning processes were also loaded with number of problems. So what happened? This whole idea of virtual learning, it is not that it is new, but the COVID-19 situation has compelled us to shift from traditional classroom spaces to virtual classroom spaces. So what has happened? We have started using variety of platforms, be it, Zoom, Google Meet, WebEx, and number of platforms are there which we have started using. But this is just a kind of means. What is happening that it is also talking about, you have to think innovatively. You cannot be just repetitive. You have to shift your own pedagogical processes. You have to shift your own teaching learning process. So if you are talking about classroom practices, definitely it is a kind of shift. Secondly, if teachers were just providing support to the students in terms of their written notes, and in many places, I would not say universalize or generalize this, that in all the institution, but there was a concept of punji key kind of thing. That is, you read this and you pass out the examination. You reproduce this, you vomit this, and you will be asked 5 questions. You just vomit this, and that is the test of your knowledge and learning. This in this case, it is not so. This will demand a different kind of approach of teaching learning. So one, in terms of physical shift from physical classroom space to virtual classroom space, though this is immediate, but definitely it will have some more potentialities, more potential possibilities to go ahead and think innovatively. So what we are now doing, and many of you must be doing this, so you have to prepare your own lecture. You have to have your PDF sources of lecture notes. You have to prepare your own PPT. You have to also identify and provide your students open resources. So for being a good teacher, for counted as a good teacher, it is not just that you stick to the classroom earlier, which we are doing. Now you have to identify which are the important reading material which you can share. And whatever you are sharing with the student, that is recorded now. It is not that in the classroom, whatever you are transacting, that was not recorded, because this was between you and your student. So perfect Guru Shishya Parampara in a sense was existing. But this guru suddenly, this is also trying to change the whole idea of guru-shishya relationship, the way it has been envisaged. It is not that a student will say stop respecting the teacher. But for regaining or restating and sustaining respect in the eyes of a student, definitely you have to prove your own quality. And quality in terms of your own teaching learning process, so in terms of supporting them. And now the entire global context is talking about that you do not have to just, or institution does not have to just restrict itself to just teaching learning process. It is talking about graduation outcome. So many of you might be also subjected to even our national accreditation framework. It is talking about performance tracking. Performance tracking not merely in terms of qualitative parameters, that yes, I'm an excellent teacher and our student like us, they respect it. You have to go beyond this kind of thing. You have to quantitatively prove your work that yes, I'm a performing teacher in terms of our teaching classes, in terms of our say publication, in terms of our score. So that is one aspect. But more than that, now institutions are aggregation of student, teachers, and various stakeholders. So now institutions are being asked to ensure graduation outcome, positive graduation outcome. So positive graduation outcome, what does it mean? It means that those students who are studying in your institution, they should be able to get employment. Unfortunately, the situation here in India is not that much encouraging. What has happened that nearly 68% or so, the force, I mean, survey that is saying that larger section of our students are not able to get employment. Why? One is, of course, population factor could be there, market demands could be there, but it is also saying that they are unemployable in terms of their skills. So if it is so, you have to prepare your student in a way who could meet the challenge of market, who could meet the demands of the market. So if it is so, you cannot just detach from the processes which are in place. And virtual learning is just a kind of connecting thread in the entire global process. In many universities and institutions, in no way I am proposing that we should suddenly shift to this say virtual learning mode and we should forget our physical classroom. I think it is not in no way I'm suggesting, but definitely we have to revisit the entire our teaching learning process. So one we have to think about after this if lockdown is over, classes start, your institution invite your student that yes, do come in institution, you do attend your classes in the classroom, that is fine. But at the same time, there could be many of you may be aware, and if not, definitely we have to prepare ourselves. That is the idea of flipped classroom. I don't know how many of you have been doing this flipped classroom, or how many of you are aware about flipped classroom. So flipped classroom would mean that yes, now the number of students are increasing. If you just see the gross enrollment ratio, of students in higher education in India, some 10, 11 years back, it was just around 10%. Now we have crossed 26, and this is a kind of jump. So it means number of students in higher educational that is expanding. And if it is expanding, definitely there will be pressure on institutions. So institutions like JNU, if I so consider this, or Delhi University, what I have seen during the time when I was studying, the number was very limited number of us used to study in the classroom, sometimes 20 or so. Now I came to know that these classes are, I mean, each batch is having more than 100 students. So it will be very difficult for teachers to address all those students through traditional mode. Definitely you have to have some kind of support of technology. So flipped classroom could be one important possible way of addressing this issue. What does it mean, flipped classroom? It means you prepare your own lecture, you have all the support material to share with the student, you share with the student in advance, you ask them to read, and your classroom would be focused more on critical issues. And these critical issues could be in nature of supporting a student through your own knowledge, a site of generating knowledge through in a different way, different from the traditional mode. So this definitely virtual classroom is important contribution, I would say, of this challenge, though the context is negative, but definitely very important one. Second important aspect in this, definitely, how many of us have realized that the whole issue of assessment of learning of our students and learning outcome. Perhaps in the case of higher education, we hardly paid attention to this. So of course, changes are taking place over the years and all. Now, number of things are there which are being discussed in government policy documents and all, and UGC guidelines. But what has happened till recently, we had followed annual examination system. So what does it mean? So you prepare your student in a framework of rote learning that you remember, or you just consult a book, or maybe a kind of very guide kind of thing, and you prepare yourself around 5 to 10. If you are able to prepare 10 questions, say that is ideal, and therefore you will be able to score high marks in high stakes examination. That was the practice. Of course, semester system and other things have changed. Still, the whole, the method of assessing teaching learning is not up to mark. It also needs revisiting, and all these issues are being addressed in National Education Policy 2020. So I'll come to this little later, but I'm talking about assessment and evaluation. Assessment and evaluation is really a problematic concern. By and large, especially those who are, from education discipline, they may be able to understand it better. What we have followed summative assessment. Summative assessment, that you do not do anything throughout the year, and just during the examination, just prior to annual examination or semester examination, you do this and you get high marks, and this could be a point of envy for other friends who have been studying throughout the year. They have been paying attention to their study, but in terms of test and score, you have a score higher than them, and definitely you take pride in this, and it could be a point of envy for others, that yes, despite the fact that he was roaming around throughout these months or weeks, and just before the examination, he confined himself in his room, and he is able to secure higher marks. This was the paradox and dilemma of the entire teaching learning process. But if we are talking about virtual learning, or to one step further, shift from the traditional mode of teaching learning to a different kind of teaching learning, definitely this will require qualitative change, transformative change. Transformative change in the sense that this teaching, say evaluation and assessment is not restricted to summative. it should be continuous. So continuous assessment definitely on different parameters. So that can help the student to learn, to connect to the whole knowledge system. They can connect to their own experiential learning. So that all these aspects are there. And the emerging global context of higher education is definitely, in one way or the other, is subjecting us to follow this kind of say pattern. But it is not happening at the moment. Definitely we have to move in that direction. So this is the region that needs to be taken into consideration. So if we are talking about the whole idea of virtual learning, Professor Mohan already talked about the whole, context of Odisha, the anthropological perspective on this. I'm not an ignorant person. I do not undermine the differential location of say region, in terms of regional location, in terms of say social location, groups and community. I'm not undermining that. So this, if we are talking about virtual learning, definitely this is an issue of that needs to be thought in terms of equal access and opportunity. The virtual learning, definitely this is an issue which is posing a serious threat to the whole idea of equal access and equal opportunity in education. That will definitely be connected to the your home culture, your cultural capital, your social capital. Definitely that will be connected to that. It is also connected to your economic family background. That I realize that each and every student, even in the higher education institution, they may not be having the kind of connectivity which we are talking about, internet connectivity or gadgets like advanced laptops and others. All these limitations are there, but definitely we have to, if it is a part and parcel of the entire teaching learning process, that especially in context of higher education. School education is slightly different context. In case of a school education, issue is little more serious if we are talking about virtual learning. And the NCRT had just conducted, almost a month back, a survey of this whole idea of online classes, how it is unfolding at the grassroots level. And they came up with this finding that many of students, especially belonging to rural areas, they do not have access to internet. They do not have gadgets like laptops or desktop to get connected to online classes, and also psychological issues and all. So I'm not talking about. But if you are talking about higher educational institution, initially there will be problem. But if you just do survey in your own institution, how many of your students are having at least mobile phone? I do not think that archaic mode of a mobile phone is having with all the students. Now every student and every faculty or a staff is having at least one a smartphone. And if you have a smartphone, definitely that is an instrument. That is an instrument. I'm not saying that that is the end of in it. This is an instrument to connect to the wider world. This is an instrument to get connected to the whole idea of virtual learning. So that is there. So we cannot just pretend only on the basis. I may be very sounding differently, but I'm not ready to accept this. Initially, this is a problem, but definitely we have to also this mobile. This is providing us enormous opportunity. enormous opportunity. Many of the students are here attending this lecture. So I understand that all of them are very much comfortable in WhatsApp or accessing some of the materials online or visiting some websites. So they are very techno savvy. It is you do not undermine, as a teacher I'm talking. You do not undermine, or institutional leader, you do not undermine the potential and the potential and merit of the student. Why you start with this negative that no, this will be a different kind of thing and they may not be able to get to the say technology. It is not so, and therefore even if it is evil say option, but definitely this has to be in place, and I'll go for this, that yes, there is no way out. Of course, immediate context of this whole virtual learning is say COVID-19 steered or COVID-19 compelled situation, but definitely this should move away. The idea would be, how do we align ourselves to the whole idea of virtual learning? Then definitely 2-3 important points I would like to share. That in case of this virtual classroom, so virtual classroom should be in a very positive manner. And since many students are also in the group, so somebody can unmute your say mic. Okay, so many students are here in the group of participants. Especially, I would say what I could see, that many of our, that is a negative aspect. Negative aspect is the same, that what is happening, that the students are logging in, and teachers are just delivering the lecture. Live lectures are there. And what is happening, that many students unmute their microphone, which is quite natural. They also say mute their say mic, also mute their camera, and they are just relaxing, and whether they are paying attention to the lecture or not, that is one. But definitely you have to have this kind of say attention required, that there could be way. Why you are, I mean, our students are not getting, perhaps we have not been able to generate interest in the class and the content which we are teaching or transacting with them. So that is one. But beyond that, if the method of assessing a student is say continuous, on continuous basis, in terms of their participation, how they are participating in the discussion, in the live interaction, what kind of questions they are posing in the class, even in virtual class, how they are responding if teachers are asking them questions. So all this could be a basis, combined basis of say assessment at the end. That could be the basis. So that will compel the student to be attentive, and even if initially it could be a kind of compulsion, but it could be a gradual learning, and that is a kind of continuous learning for our student. But I'm not going into a wider say issues of learning, that the 21st century skills and other, that is not the, I mean, a reference point of this webinar. There could be some other occasion, but definitely that even we are talking about in terms of teaching, learning or assessment, that aspect has to be kept in mind. Then if we are talking about, so you make raise a very, very valid question, that you are talking about something which is institution like yours, that may not be able, or a student may not be able to do that. But new education policy is reaffirming the whole idea. I don't know how many of you have been able to go through the whole National Education Policy 2020. There are many. So on the one hand, it is announcing a kind of departure in the entire method of teaching learning method, pedagogical processes. It is saying that no, it should be a continuous one. It is talking about continuous evaluation and assessment. It is not talking about summative assessment. So definitely that is very, very important one. So definitely as a teachers, as institutional leaders, we have to pay attention that our assessment method is formative. It is not just summative. That is the new education policy is very, very clearly talking about this. Second important aspect of the policy is talking about teachers, both say school education as well as higher education. This is one. I mean, those who are teachers here, present here, I would like to reaffirm that new education policy has recognized the centrality of teacher in the entire teaching learning process or educational process. All of us, I'm also a teacher. As a professor, I'm a teacher as well as leader. But I take this a pride that at least policy document is recognizing us, teacher, as central agency. So agency to transform the entire education, process to entire educational context. So we could be an agent of change. We could be an agent of transformation. And the new education policy is reaffirming this. So it is talking about professional development of teachers. So if you connect the whole idea of professional development of teachers with the whole idea of virtual classroom or virtual learning, that makes sense. Because it is not just talking about professional development that you go to a training institution or say refresher courses or say human resource development centers, and that is in itself. It is not so. It is talking about professional development of teachers in a comprehensive way, that we should be able to transact classes, how we can prepare PPT, how we can expose our student to open resources. Number of thousands of resources are available now. The Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India, if you just visit the website, now Ministry of Education, if you visit the website, you will find a number of initiatives taken by the government of India in terms of digital. The government itself is talking about digital classroom. Some incentives are also meant for that. Resources have been also developed. Resources are being made available. The need here is to role as a teacher in terms of awareness, role of a teacher to connect to those resources which are already available in the open resources. You do not need to have a license. You do not need to have subscription. Despite this limitation, you can easily connect your student to the larger and the great resource base in terms of papers and others. So open resources are already available. So professional development of teacher component is very much important as a central agency. The new education, national education policy is talking about both a structure and also agency. So teacher is an important agency in the entire teaching learning process. And if teachers are important agencies in the entire teaching learning process, definitely they have to prepare themselves the way it is talking about. You have to be ready. You have to be prepared to offer the students best possible resources available to this. If you just go beyond this, the last section of education policy is also talking about specifically about technology mediated teaching learning process. And technology, perhaps one of the speakers talked about that this technology, maybe your Vice Chancellor talked about that technology cannot be substitute to a teacher. I do recognize this. Technology could be an important means rather than ends in themselves. So technology should be seen as a means rather than end. But definitely technology is important. We cannot just undermine the important role to be played by technology. And the last section of national education, I'm also requesting our research scholars and others to go through the document. You just visit the website of the Ministry of Education. This document is already available on the website. This is authentic one, National Education Policy 2020. So different sections are there. Initial part of the document is talking about, of course, what are the basic premises on which this national education policy is based on. Second, it is talking about school education. So it is also important for us to understand that this document is not talking about education as disconnected between school education and higher education. A kind of connection it is trying to establish. It is trying to establish a kind of linkage between these two. Of course, here it is also important to note that this document is talking about, especially in case of higher education, three different kind of institution. Multidisciplinary university is talking about, but three different kind of institutions of higher education. One is research intensive universities. Research intensive university. So this research intensive universities, one can understand that those universities will be primarily focusing on researches, and of course support to be provided by the government, alternative support for these institutions. That is one. So I'm not getting into that aspect. Second, it is talking about teaching incentive university, intensive university. So very intensive in terms of teaching, but it is not saying that the teaching intensive universities are not having the component of research. It is a kind of combination, but more emphasis on teaching. Then third, it is also talking about autonomous colleges, autonomous institutions, those who can granting degree granting autonomous institution. So even if we are talking about the policy talking about restructuring of the whole say higher educational institution in terms of its governance, in terms of teaching learning process, definitely there is a silver lining. Silver lining for all of us who are located in different regions, different states, and in different situations. This is important definitely for us to understand that this is also talking about the restructuring. So restructuring in the sense you can take a cue from a school education. So in case of a school education, the document talked about that now we'll have school complexes. So school complexes means now you do not have just a small schools and just single teacher school and other thing. So it is talking about sharing resources, sharing and grow. Ensuring efficiency, institutional efficiency. Same can be applied to higher educational institutions. For example, if you are having better facilities in your district, in Balasore district where you are located, you have better facilities in terms of internet, in terms of number of faculty which you are having, number of discipline experts which you are having. Now the time has come to understand that there should be a kind of clustering. There should be a kind of resource sharing. If excellent teacher of anthropology, excellent teacher of science, if they are located in one of the institutions, if your institution is not able to say afford the kind of lab which you require for your research, perhaps the support may be provided to an institution which is located in the area. So resource sharing resource, it is not just physical resources, it is also about human resources, teachers, expertise, and other facilities. So that could be a way which can help us in understanding the entire nuance. For example, if you have to conduct admission tests, it is not necessary this the whole if I talked about that there should be essentially a kind of shift from teaching learning style, chalk and talk and so that if we are talking about that, we should go beyond this chalk and talk which has been traditionally for centuries the practice in the Indian classroom. So similarly, in terms of our approach to resources, to facilities should also change, and change in terms of resource sharing physical resources, human resources, and facilities. So what will happen, this kind of approach to higher educational institution can change the entire trajectory of governance on the one hand, the entire teaching learning process, and definitely this whole idea of virtual learning can make sense. So if you have to conduct say entrance test, if your institutional capacity is limited, definitely you can borrow, you can support. So if I'm talking about the whole shift in teaching learning process, or the whole shift in terms of say institutional culture, in terms of institutional say capacity, definitely institutional capacities have to be built. Who will be, then you may ask this question, that who will build the institutional capacity? Here in the role of leader, vice chancellors, the role of college principals, their role becomes very important one. What kind of leadership you are providing to your institution? Definitely you have to think about building the capacity of the institution. It is not that now the head of the institution is not just manager. That time has gone by. That the time is not just talking about a kind of manager, that these what faculty positions are there and I'm filling and this classes are taken. That is important one. I'm not undermining this. But you have to go beyond that. You have to act as a leader, institutional leader. So leader stands for transformation. Leader stands for initiative. Leaders stand for change. And if it is so, this way you can build the capacity of the institution in variety of way. It could be in terms of enhancing graduation outcome. If I'm talking about graduation outcome, that would imply how your students are getting say employment after completing their say degree. Do you have any plan? Are you preparing your student to say a smooth transition from your institution, your college to market? If it is not so, perhaps this is not a successful leadership. Definitely you have to prepare your student through capacity building or in variety of ways, so that can help. So this virtual classroom, if we are talking about, or virtual teaching learning we are talking about, it should not be just seen in isolation. This is just one mini component of the entire trajectory of shifting say context of higher education. If we are able to align our institution in that framework, perhaps only then we will be able to make sense of the change we are anticipating in our own respective context. And that is very important aspect we should not forget in this regard. So even though the whole idea of virtual learning could be very contextual, our idea of virtual learning is just emerging out of challenges of COVID-19, but it should be utilized as an opportunity, and it can be an opportunity to bring substantive change and I'm not just restricting change, I'm tempted to say transformation in the entire framework of higher education, be it its governance, be it its entire teaching learning process, or in terms of employability of our students who are admitted to the student. We cannot afford to create a student who are not capable to meet the demand of the outer world, who are not able to meet the demand of the market. But I'm not talking about just producing mechanic. I'm not talking about just a student are getting and just doing some diploma. Of course, the new education policy is also, it has envisioned, it has envisaged that yes, due to variety of reasons, if students are not able to complete the entire length of their education, it is talking about multiple exit points. So a student may join the first year of education, they can exit. They can exit at any point of time, and they can join the job, and after doing job for 2-3 years, they again can come back, and institutions should be ready to accept them. They should be ready to facilitate those students to complete their education. So multiple exit points, it is talking about certificate courses, diploma courses, BA honors courses, master courses. So lot of hopes and aspirations are there built in the new education policy, and this is an opportunity, and this I am not just in academic sense I want this, I am doing, that is not there, but this is an opportunity. And since this group of participants also include some students or research scholars, that is my understanding. If it is so, they must take into consideration that no, they have to change their self also in terms of their skills. They have to enhance their skill, they have to improve their skills, and this online say classes and other thing, that is just a small component of this, but this is a wholesome say process which they have to pay attention. If they are not able to pay attention to this, perhaps they may be landing up to a situation of unemployment. Now you cannot, I mean, the whole, at the one point of time, we have been highlighting that, yes, we have demographic dividend, but how this demographic dividend can take shape? Demographic dividend can can take shape only if all of us collectively work together as a teacher, as institutional leaders, as administrators, and as a student. So this new national education policy, I would say that this is a kind of a statement. It is giving us a framework, but definitely it will depend much on how do we prepare ourselves, how do we prepare the institution, how do we build the capacity of institution, how do we create a space for teacher development, how do we create or empower our teachers. So these aspects have to be taken into consideration. If we are able to do that, perhaps we will be able to transform the whole landscape of higher education in our own say capacity as institutional leaders or teachers or a student in Odisha, in Balasore, as well as in Delhi or Mumbai or any other place. So I hope I have been able to touch upon some of the critical areas. So it is, I did not intend, and perhaps this webinar is not intending to discuss about technicalities of virtual classroom. It is perhaps talking about more challenges and opportunity. But as a teacher, as a leader of higher education institution, I would submit to you that this should be considered as an opportunity rather than challenge. And this challenge definitely it has posed, I mean, COVID and situation. This challenge should be transformed into opportunity, and there should not be just going behind. And national education policy is now a sound, firm document to support the ideas which we have been talking about. So with this remarks, I stop here, and once again I thank all the organizers. I am not reading individual names, but contribution of each and every person in organizing committee. I have seen long list, many people are there, and I understand and I value that contribution of each of and each and every one is important. What happens, it can be aggregated, and definitely that this will, the leadership role of your college principal or institution head is important. Your vice chancellor supportive role is important, but each of us are important in our own way to move ahead with the idea of this. And once again, not only thanking you, but also congratulating that despite this locational disadvantage, you have been able to connect to large number of people. And also I thank you that you provided me opportunity to at least share my ideas, and many of our students, teachers, and so those who have participated in this program, at least 50% of them may be able to remember my name and some words. So with this, I stop here. Thank you very much.
So thanks a lot, sir. And you have narrated beautifully in a holistic approach, and also you have paused many points, though it is not possible to brief within a few minutes, but still I have to pointed out some points you have narrated very beautifully. That means you have told regarding the transformation, we need equal access, and you have to emphasize on employability, and whatever we are talking about, the education system employability must be. And you have talked about flipped classroom, that is a very recent approach also. And you have also highlighted the gross enrollment ratio. And as a whole, you have most importantly touched the assessment. It should be a continuous and comprehensive assessment, not only the yearly assessment. Thank you very much, sir, for this beautiful narration and delivered speech, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. So now it's the time to welcome our next speaker, Professor Bijay Kumar Boidar, sir, who is the president of Gaveshna Chakra and the visiting professor, Department of Political Science, Ravenshaw University. So I welcome you, sir, on the dais.
Well, at the beginning, let me express my sense of gratitude to the faculties, the principal and faculties of RIHS Bhograi for conducting this webinar and inviting me to speak here. My theme would be virtual learning, limitations and inequities. And let me clarify at the very beginning that I shall be focusing mostly on the teaching of social sciences. We just cannot talk about virtual learning in general. In fact, I cannot, because there are different disciplines, different subjects with their own specific contents, focus, and different requirements. Social sciences are different from the physical sciences. Social sciences are different from engineering and management. And hence, as a person dealing with social sciences for nearly about 5 decades, I felt that I'm, in a position to speak more authentically on social sciences rather than other subjects that I have not dealt with. Let me clarify a few things, and my own position, in fact. At the very beginning, I looked at the education policy document at par with the election manifesto of the political parties. This is not the first education policy of its kind. There have been many preceding this. And if we look at the recommendations of different education committees, and look at what we have achieved, how they have been implemented, it appears to me that these are like election manifestos, promises made at the time of elections. But when actual governance comes, things are very different. This education policy is no different from that. This is number one. The second thing that I would like to draw your attention to as far as my ideas on this is concerned, I have a feeling that this education policy provides more opportunities for greater privatization. I keep these two things in mind. Then coming to the issue that I'm going to deal with, let me begin with certain things. In fact, I'm thankful to the earlier speaker, Professor Suresh, who mentioned about equality of opportunity. In fact, I would like to begin with that. Whenever we are evaluating a policy, we are evaluating a new approach of the state to education, I would always remember this particular statement from the preamble to the Constitution of India, which talks about equality of opportunity. Equality of opportunity is a promise. It's an assurance given to the people of India at the time of the making of this constitution that this is what they are going to get. They will realize this. They will live equality. They will have equality of opportunity. A promise made more than 70 years back. Whenever I look at education, whenever I look at a new kind of intervention in education like virtual learning, I pose this question of the extent to which this is actually promoting equality of opportunity. Is this going to promote that? If it is not going to promote that, then well, I would say this is against the spirit of the Constitution, and whoever are working it out are working against the Constitution and thereby causing a betrayal to the people on the promise made by the Constitution many, many years back. So equality is the first test of any new approach, any new policy, any new legislation, any kind of administration, any government order. I consider that as a kind of scale with which to measure and evaluate. Now, as we will see in course of time, and I think my earlier speakers have also pointed out, the great digital divide. Virtual education is largely digital education. And there is differential access to digital resources among different social groups and classes. And as there is direct, there is a great differential. It means that those who possess the required digital infrastructure, digital devices, they can have more access, they can have better access, they can benefit more out of this. And if some classes and groups can benefit more out of this, then there is not only a question of inequality, there is also a question of inequity. Justice, the principle of justice is violated. If people do not have similar access, fairness is violated. The principle of fairness, the principle of equity is violated. So one of my tests is the preamble, equality of opportunity. Then I look at the purpose of education. Why do we educate ourselves? Why is there something called education? Now, the purpose of education can be seen in different ways. One way of looking at education is a very narrow view of education. That education equips people with necessary skills so that a system can be managed, production can be managed, management of industries and business can be done, the government can be run. People are just seen as instruments. Education creates instruments. It creates people who can manage a system. The system becomes more important than the people. The state becomes more important. The industry becomes more important. The market becomes more important. But if we take a broad view of education and go back to the roots of education as to why did education develop? Education developed in order to expand our domain of knowledge and to ensure that more and more people get educated, they get knowledge. It was about knowledge. And what was knowledge about? Knowledge is about discovering one's own potentialities, developing one's own creativity, helping a person to understand herself, the society, nature within which we are located. It helps a person to understand or establish a relationship with society and a relationship with nature. That is the whole business of social sciences. Social science knowledge is just like that. So that it's a kind of self-discovery and self-development. It helps us to develop social values. It helps us to develop a sense of humanity. It helps us to develop love for all forms of life and environment. It helps us to understand nature. No, knowledge is autonomous of any instrumentality. Knowledge cannot just be an instrument. Knowledge is a goal in itself. And humanity and knowledge are very closely associated. Through knowledge, we seek the truth. We ask questions. We look for evidences. We make arguments. And by seeking the truth, truth may be absolute, truth may be relative, is a different debate altogether. I'm not getting into that. But then by seeking the truth, by understanding the truth, we try to reconstitute culture. We try to reconstitute institutions. We try to redesign practices. Here knowledge becomes instrumental. It becomes an instrumental of transformation. Knowledge can be transformative. Knowledge can be creative. And unless knowledge is creative and transformative, that is not worth being called knowledge. And we have to see whether virtual education enhances the creative and transformative qualities of knowledge. And if I am asked to give an answer in one word, I will say no. Well, no with some qualifications, of course. Now, to me, knowledge, virtual education can be complementary. It cannot be substitutive. I'll come back to this. But education has one more dimension, especially in actual societies. In a society like India, where there is so much of inequality and marginalization. And inequalities and marginalizations have been created by long historical processes as well as certain immediate developments. Long historical processes have created marginalizations in terms of caste. We talk of Dalits, we talk of Adivasis. We talk of the poor. There have always been poor. And poverty could be a reason of different kinds of things. The poor, and there could be other forms of marginalization as well. There could be some marginalizations that could be created because of some immediate cause. There is displacement of persons from a particular place because of an industry or mining. And Odisha is quite used to that kind of a process. there have been a lot of displacements, and immediately people get marginalized. Marginalization could be a process of communal violence. It could marginalize a certain section of the community on the basis of language, or could be on the basis of religion. They could become suddenly marginalized. So marginalization has been a consequence of certain immediate developments as well as some long-term historical processes. And marginalization process has created structures of inequality. Now, one of the purposes of education is to address this, is to redress this, redress the impact of marginalization and inequality through a process of social mobility. Social mobility can be a kind of individual experience of persons belonging to the marginalized communities. They get education, and social mobility is mediated through a process of education largely. There could be affirmative measures, I'm not getting into that. But then education can help a person to climb up the ladder from a marginalized position to a far more advanced position. But then our experience in India has shown that there has been individual, mobilities largely, but there has not been collective mobilities. We cannot talk in terms of the Dalits completely transforming themselves and completely coming out of their position of being Dalits. Such things have not really happened. Gender is another marginalization, in fact. So education is supposed to perform that purpose. So when we are evaluating virtual education, we have to ask whether virtual education enhances the opportunities for social mobility, or virtual education in the Indian context. And when we talk of the European and American context, it would be different. But in the Indian context, where there are, the process of marginalization has been very complex, and the structures of inequality are very stable. They don't wither away. They don't erode. They continue to exist. Now, in this kind of a situation, to what extent this virtual education would help to do? And as virtual learning is basically around technology largely, and technology is concerned with one's wealth, one's economic position. And if economic inequality in this country is growing, which is a fact which no one can deny, no government can deny, the economic inequality is growing. As economic inequality is growing and the gap between the rich and poor is increasing, this is not what I imagine. This is there recorded in different reports on inequalities, very credible reports on inequality, that India is one of the countries where economic inequalities have grown more than other places. Now, when it is growing like this, and you need money to buy technology, technology is not given to anyone free of cost. You have to buy a smartphone, you have to buy a laptop, you have to buy an iPad. These all cost money. You have to buy data. Even that's not enough. You have to continuously keep buying data to be able to take advantage of e-learning and other things. Now, that means a lot of wealth has to be spent on acquiring these gadgets. Now, as you have to spend a lot of wealth, and let's just keep looking at the conditions of people. And if people are to be fed with 1 rupee per kg rice, or with 5 rupees lunch, it clearly, and midday meals, it clearly means that a large number of people don't have the resources to buy technology. And if people don't have the resources to buy technology, then the benefits of virtual education is very discriminatory, is very unequal, it is iniquitous. It's not fair, it's not just. All sections of people, all sections of students can't really afford to take benefit of this technology. They cannot buy, they cannot spend money. And if they have to spend money in this, maybe they have to cut on their food budget, which in any case is very low. And they have to curtail other expenditures. Now, the kind of digital divide that exists in our country, 50% of people don't have internet access. And still less people have smartphones. And what to talk of laptops. Then how can this virtual education ensure equity and social mobility? It reduces the chance of marginalized communities to take recourse to upward mobility. They cannot be pushed upwards as a consequence of this. And those who occupy higher level positions are those who have resources. This in fact accentuates inequalities rather than flattening it out. It doesn't flatten it out. It accentuates inequalities. The gap really increases. And it defeats the constitutional promise of equality of opportunity. Now, while I say these things, let me also clarify that I'm not opposed to technology. If technology has benefits, let's take the benefits. But while we take the benefits, we have to be very conscious of its limitations and very conscious of new inequities that this technology can produce and reproduce. We have to be very careful about that. I agree with all my previous speakers that virtual education cannot replace classroom education. I entirely agree with that, but I'd like to make a few comments on that as well. I agree with Professor Suresh that, well, the classroom education has its own problems, but the problems can be remedied. Classrooms can be reformed. We can convert the classroom to be a democratic space where the time is not monopolized by teacher. It cannot be teacher-centric. And we have a traditional Indian notion that the teacher is a person who gives knowledge. Sikkha dana, we call it in Odia. Dana kare sikkha. This gifting knowledge. And the teacher is a repository of all knowledge. And a student has to touch the feet and learn from him. No questions asked. Well, these are ideas which have to be thrown to the winds. We have to democratize the classrooms. Make it a democratic space, which is owned as much by the students as the teachers. And the teacher recognizes students as agency, students as creative human faculties who have the ability to understand and generate knowledge. And one of the major problems of classrooms are that most teachers don't recognize that. They're very dismissive about their students. Classrooms should be spaces where teachers and students learn together through face-to-face interaction. We can always reconstitute classrooms. Technology doesn't really answer to our problems or traditional classroom limitations, as far as my understanding goes. I may be wrong, but as far as my understanding goes. And we have not tried to reform classrooms. I'm amazed not to see anything about that. There is no attempt to improve the conditions of teaching by enhancing the number of teachers, by reducing their workload, by giving them enough time to read and do research and teach, have some leisure. There is greater and greater control over the teachers exercised by the bureaucracy through strange rules of 7 hours and then what is that called? Putting the finger, I'm forgetting that, whatever it is. New technologies are used to take attendance of teachers, greater control. And I'm sure this e-learning process where everything is recorded is a kind of invasion into the privacy of the teaching space. I believe that the teaching space is a private space between teacher and the students. And they do interact as far as social sciences are concerned. Teachers may raise very critical questions about power structures, about the way power is exercised. It could be political power, it could be social power, it could be cultural power, it could be economic power. And if you track down a teacher by recording all that he says and put a teacher under surveillance, then the creativity and autonomy of the teacher is lost. If teacher is central to the teaching process, which I don't think teacher is central, teacher and student equally play a role in that. But then the very physical presence, the views of a teacher are important. Then a teacher cannot be put under a system of surveillance. I'm afraid use of more and more technologies would put all teachers of social sciences under surveillance. And if the state becomes more and more authoritarian, then the possibility of generating critical knowledge in the classrooms will get reduced. Teachers can be tracked down, can be punished, can be arrested for so-called sedition, this, that, all kinds of things. A teacher must express her views in the classroom freely, fearlessly. Let's not instill fear in the teacher that is getting tracked by technology, and the state would be evaluating what his views are and would be rewarding or punishing that particular person. Then it becomes extremely difficult. The teaching space has to be a free space, independent space, autonomous space. Fearlessly students and teachers must discuss, must share ideas. There is a danger. Somebody may say that, well, I'm over apprehensive. But my apprehensions are based on the context of the present politics in this country, where technology is increasingly used to manipulate the minds of people and also for surveillance purposes on individuals. I have reasons to fear that the worst is possible. If virtual classes, in fact, actually replace the traditional classes in some cases in the coming times to come, I really do not know, but I have a strange fear as far as that is concerned. Now, at the same time, the face-to-face interaction between students and teacher get lost. And without interaction between students and teacher, neither the teacher grows as a creative, critical intellectual, nor the student's potentiality to become a critical and creative intellectual grows. That gets stunted. A student cannot sit at home and learn. He cannot be limited to home. It has psychological implications. And unless a student goes out to the society, goes out to the classroom, interacts with different kinds of views with the teacher, one doesn't learn. It is not simply some courses, some lessons which are learned. It is learned in an atmosphere of interaction. That face-to-face interaction gets lost. Not only that, the curriculum gets commoditized. The curriculum, part of the curriculum may become commoditized. And in an expanding market economy, where the owners of capital are looking for all kinds of market, virtual learning can provide it with a huge market. And market can take control over knowledge. And when market takes control over social science knowledge, that can be the worst thing to happen to social sciences. Social sciences constitute a core branch of knowledge of humankind. It's responsible for human progress. And there is always a kind of perennial conflict between power structures and education. Those who hold political power, those who hold economic power and education, they try to use education for their own purpose. Just as in traditional India, we had an educational system which was not universal, which was meant for the upper Varnas only. And Eklavya had no opportunity to read, to study, to learn archery from a guru, because he belonged to the subaltern classes. And it was only for the elites, it was only for the upper Varnas So they used education to perpetuate their domination over the entire society. And right now, the state authorities, in collusion with the corporate sector which controls the market, can use education, but in two ways. One is to commoditize education, sell the e-classrooms can be an e-materials, constitute a good market, and they can sell, they can make profit, they can make it a commodity, and those in power structure can regulate the content of that in such a way that critical ideas, critical knowledge doesn't develop. Then there is a possibility of uniformity rather than heterogeneity. Knowledge is a domain where there has to be heterogeneity, different kinds of views. And once we take recourse to this kind of e-learning, it's quite possible that we may be using the same material everywhere. And those who produce the reading materials have the opportunity to control what we learn, how we think in future. They would manipulate our minds. Classrooms are extremely important. Teachers must have an important role to play. And there has to be much larger number of teachers. We cannot have the kind of flexi timing with a small number of teachers for a large number of students, with complete government control of all kinds, 7 hours, biometrics. Yes, I was forgetting the word biometric, this, that. Remove all biometrics, remove these time restrictions, make teachers, free intellectuals, encourage them to pursue, give them good salaries. Don't force teachers to go to the streets. Don't underpay them. Teachers are underpaid largely, temporary, underpaid, exploited by the system. Address those problems. Those are more important problems to address. We are not addressing, and we are expecting everything from the teachers. However, the role of the teacher is extremely crucial, and there has to be more freedom in the academic space. Well, there are so many things to say, but I'll just finish by making 1 or 2 points. The other fear that I have is that this may lead to greater centralization. There is, in fact, an attempt to centralize education. In Odisha, the recent university ordinance is an attempt towards centralizing education and destroying the autonomy of universities. A very regressive state, and the central government has also been insisting on some common curriculum, some central control, centralization. India is a large country. A state of India can be much bigger than a state of Europe. The population of India is more than the population of all states of entire American continents, from north to the south, Central America included. And being such a vast country with so much of plurality, it's foolish to have a kind of common curriculum, uniform system. This might encourage, I fear, not only centralization, but also a uniform system. And central, controlling authorities. Now, if we have such, and there are some suggestions in the education policy as well, as far as some new institutions are concerned. Now, in a situation like that, centralization is bound to take place. And centralization defeats the beauty of education, in fact. Education has to be contextualized. It has to address the issue of a time, a space. Every space has different problems. The problems of Odisha are very different from the problems of Kerala, which is very different from the problems of Bombay. You cannot have the same approach everywhere. And that necessitates that, there has to be diversity of curriculum, diversity of contents, diversity in pedagogy. So you have to have plurality, and you have to have a decentralized system. Now, to me, this might help the market and the state to further centralize. Well, these are some of my apprehensions. Maybe I have too many apprehensions, but I look at such things with a lot of suspicions. And when I look at these things with a lot of suspicions, I always keep the present context in mind. The present context is a context where I see tendencies towards authoritarian control, greater authoritarian control, greater repression of dissent, and greater centralization, and the expansion of market forces. And even the COVID crisis has been taken advantage of to further accentuate the progress of the market forces through privatization and more foreign investment. Even if Atmanirbhar is a word, which is used to hide the ugliness of the system, ugliness of the processes. But I don't go by the word Atmanirbhar. I look at privatization. I look at more foreign investment like things. Now, in this kind of, that is the context. And the COVID has provided a kind of situation where it is possible to push some parts of the agenda in the name of COVID. There is more online education now, more webinars. I'm not opposed to webinars. And some online classes, I'm not opposed to it in a crisis time. Okay, yes. But if it is going to replace actual classrooms in future, then there is a danger in there. By that, the state would be able to cut its spending on educational budget. It can reduce the number of teachers, thereby generate unemployment, and make the study of social sciences very unattractive. No one will come to study social sciences because they cannot be lecturers. There are no jobs in the teaching profession. There will be more and more virtual learning, and more virtual learning will mean less and less of actual classrooms. Now we have to be very careful about that. What would happen to employment and what would happen to social sciences? And social sciences would then become less attractive. During the entire process of globalization over the last 30 years, social sciences have been made less attractive. And as they have been made less attractive, it is not attracting the kind of students, the number of students it used to attract earlier. And that helps the interests of those who are in power. Because if social sciences decline, if philosophy declines, if literature declines, no one will be questioning those who are in power. There is a lurking danger in the entire process. We have to look at it contextually, we have to look at it historically, and we have to anticipate what are the dangers which are in future, which would fall upon us in future. Well, I could be more apprehensive, but I want to alert. Let's think aloud on these possible dangers. But then at the same time, the last 1 minute I'll take to say that, the access to internet is extremely important. That has to be combined with our teachers and classrooms face-to-face interactions, not isolation of students from one another. And we have to complement what happens in the colleges and universities with access to internet materials available, internet lectures available. If I can see Noam Chomsky, if I can see David Harvey and learn from them, it's wonderful. I must combine them with my own classroom readings. They have to complement. The role is complementary. I am not rejecting that, but I am asking to be more and more cautious. Thank you very much.
So thanks a lot, sir. And you have addressed and redressed also many aspects, and you have touched many alarming situations of virtual learning. And very rightly, you have just demonstrate different aspects, and you just initiate the things of the institutions should reconstitute, and knowledge should be creative, marginalization and marginalization should be addressed and redressed. And also simultaneously, you just emphasize on collective mobility, and where you emphasize on gender issue. And most importantly, you have just pointed out that virtual learning cannot replace a teacher. I am also agree with that thing. Also, many participants, they are sending the questions because we cannot feel the participants. We just teach them, but in front of a machine, it's like mechanical learning, but we cannot feel them. So you have addressed that thing also, and also you have emphasized on how to create an environment. The virtual classroom cannot make an environment so that the learner can learn and the teacher can interact with him physically, face to face. Also, most alarming thing you emphasize that the control of market economy, that means knowledge is controlled by market, and if it is so, then it is very dangerous for both education and academic community. And with that, it's a very nice lecture, sir, and we'll have you in the discussion session. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. So now the time is to welcome a young professor from Rajiv Gandhi Central University, Arunachal Pradesh, Itanagar, Professor, Assistant Professor Sushant Kumar Naik, with his topic Virtual Learning, Access to Inclusion. So over to you, sir. Professor Sushant Kumar Naik.
Thank you, Dr. Jagannath Kumar. Okay, kindly allow me to share my screen so that I can share my PPT.
Yeah, on the line.
So good afternoon to one and all. Respected Vice Chancellor, FMA University Professor Madhumita Das, esteemed our resource person, Professor Mohan Gautam sir, Professor Kumar Suresh sir, Professor Bijay Bhaidar sir, and Professor Sushil Kumar Giri, Principal RIHS Bhograi, and all organizing committee members. I especially thank you all to giving me an opportunity to share my views on this international academic platform. And today my topic is virtual learning, access to inclusion. On that thing, I'm going to present my talk. So I request the organizer kindly allow me to share my screen.
Yes, sir, you are allowed.
Yes, now it's okay. So I hope my screen is visible to all. And respond, please. Jagannath,
no.
Is it visible?
No, not at all. Yes, now it's visible. Sir, can you make it full screen, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm making. Okay. Myself, Sushant Kumar Naik, Assistant Professor, Department of Education from Rajiv Gandhi Central University from Arunachal Pradesh, one of the remotest part of India. And I will start my session quoting Professor Bijay Bhaidar sir, that virtual education is supplementary, not complementary. And I'm completely agree with Bijay Bhaidar sir. And I'm in this session, I also going to elaborate that kind of thing through my topic. And dear participants, it's a kind of a jerk this year, because we all are very happy and satisfied with our regular classrooms. It was okay starting from morning 9 to 4, and it was the same kind of chalk and talk method, so no problem at all. But you know, no one knows what will happen to one anytime. And this 2020, we get suddenly the corona pandemic, and all of a sudden the situation has changed, and that situation changed our paradigm shift of learning also, and it has shifted us. It not shifted, actually it has forced us. Yes, please, Jagannath ji, please mute those who are making some under background noise. It has shifted our learning from the traditional pattern of learning, that bookish learning and chalk and talk method, to online method, or we can say virtual method, where there will be learning but there will be no real teacher, where there will be book but there is no real physical book. You cannot touch it, you can only read it, gain knowledge and everything on virtual mode or in online way. That means the knowledge is in your fingertips now. And through this session, I will justify. We all are making a synonym. Virtual learning and that online classroom are not exactly equal. and everybody is complaining that we are not accessing other things. Yes, I agree that we have a lot of problem in access. But the thing is that in the future scenarios, we have to prepare ourselves for this virtual mode. We cannot deny the presence of virtual mode in future time. So in order to, we all the teachers, probably our participants are the higher education students or maximum are teachers. So we have to prepare ourselves on this paradigm shift. That means the virtual mode. Because you see, as already I told you, that in the last year itself, if someone is using mobile in our class, we simply drop out him from the class. But see, now that mobile is taking all of the learning space. That means without mobile, you can't learn. So that is the scenario, that is the change is taking place in this 2020. So we all teachers must cope up with that kind of change. And we all know, as already sir told, we cannot avoid that technology role in our present learning. And this is the only formula in 21st century learning. We have to engage our learner, we have to encourage them, and at the same time, we will use the electronic tools. That means our mobile and other applications. Then only we can make it a successful kind of learning in present day. And yes, teachers cannot be replaced by machines. Yes, I agree. Teacher has the value, teacher will impact the value, the emotion, that kind of affective things, everything will teacher provide. But at the same time, if the teacher will work with machines, he or she can perform magics in learning. For an example, you all remember in your high school days, our teacher used to explain us with the blackboard. This is the heart, and in that white chalkboard, that this is the heart, blood is entering from this and going out. We understand only 20-30%, and we have to nod our head. Yes, yes. And we don't know what is the color of blood also. Only color of blood is white here and going out also white here. That is a kind of unclear situation for us. But today, with the application, with the help of our technological applications, with the help of virtual learning, we have to know the tidbit of our that kind of every learning. In every learning, we have to know the basic conceptual things. That thing I'm going to demo in the last part of my session. Please be with me. So on that basis, teacher have to work with machines in future times. Already I told you, virtual learning is an environment which is a web-based or the online-based platform to provide maximum kind of learning, and it's a supplement. Yes, please remember, it's a supplement, not a kind of mandatory thing. Because after post-COVID, some of our participants, they have realized that, sir, after post-COVID, what will happen? Yes, post-COVID, we all will be back to our regular classroom. But at the same time, we have to go with this virtual and the web-based learning for the maximum learning. We always want best. Whenever your son or daughter is preparing, you simply told him, do the best, not the average. So for the best kind of things, we have to approach this virtual learning. See, previously, it is very difficult to catch, to get 2-3 books, hard copy books. But nowadays in online mode, you can access more than 50, hundreds of books, which is inaccessible for you. You can access through the applications. There are several applications, I'll tell you. See, there are a lot of advantages in virtual mode. That means the traditional classroom, which not able to clear the concept, we can get through virtual mode because it is self-directed, self-paced, and we can access it from anywhere where we are. So that this learning is a kind of collaboration, and it proves the global learning concept. That means, see, this is the beauty today that we have Professor Mohan Gautam from Netherlands. If it could be a physical manner, it is impossible to get his precious lecture. And due to this virtual mode, we are accessing him, and we are finding him near, and we are able to hear his lecture. And it is very flexible, and student participation is also maximum in virtual mode. And yes, someone is writing on my screen. Please stop it. And these are the like inclusion. See, I told you, through this virtual mode, we have to include all the participants. That means there may be some special disabled learner, they may be in their home, but they can access through in virtual mode also. At the same time, there are several principles in this virtual learning. That means through virtual learning, as I already told you, we can improve the quality of learning, which is not possible in physical mode. We can enhance it through this virtual mode. And we can also give the access to everyone. Those who have technological gadgets, they can access our learning even after class. What happens previously? After the class, we don't have any proof. Suppose we want to listen our favorite sir's lecture, we don't have any scope to listen him or her again. But now, due to this virtual mode, we can record it and we can listen it many times as according to our convenience. So, like there are a number of opportunities in virtual learning itself. The same times, as already many of the participants have raised, yes, there are a number of barriers also in virtual mode. It may be in physical barriers, it may be due to technological barriers, it may be due to psychological barrier, it may be due to our infrastructure development, or it may be due to geographical and topographic features. Because in Odisha, maximum of the population are rural population, and they don't have a good connectivity. There are a number of issues also which should be sought out by the government or by the administration, because this COVID situation come all of a sudden. So that's why we are unprepared. It's okay. Within 1 year or something like that, it will go. But we all the teachers, the higher education academicians, we should prepare to cope up with this technological change, and we have to get enough training and orientation how to work with these virtual things. Better than complaining, taking it as a complaining thing, we have to take it as a kind of opportunity. I will tell you what are the opportunity we have, which will ease our work. That means the work which we can do by manual method, through technology, how we can solve it within few minutes. That means the work which can be done in 2 hours, it can be performed within 2 minutes. I will tell you what are the applications, what are the tools we have in virtual mode, in virtual learning. One by one, if time permits, I will definitely give you the idea. Yes, in virtual learning, what happened? The students' engagement is the maximum, because all they can join through their device, and they share with each other their feelings, their ideas, and they are open. Many of the times in our classroom, those who are hesitating to speak, they can better express themselves by this online mode. And it is self-paced. Already it is a part of the program learning. Like there are a number of applications you might have seen in TV, Byju's Learning. The students can learn by themselves. Only you have to give a proper orientation to them. What are the processes of learning? And the virtual learning is a kind of convenient. You can learn at your own pace, and you can learn at your home or according to your choice of time. The same time, as already I told you, in virtual mode, in online mode, it is fully colorful, and it is a number of examples, and a number of multimedia is involved. So it creates interest among the learner. And at the same time, we can provide a lot of information, and it's very informative. It also enhances the curiosity of the learner. And those learners, they're self-motivated and they learn by themselves. And through virtual also, we can easily communicate to a mass. See now, if a classroom, I can communicate only 50 or 30 students, but here I can communicate with hundreds numbers of people in this Zoom, and also sometime in YouTube also. And in our virtual learning, we can prepare animated course content, interactive games, which will be very beneficial for our young learners. Especially, I hope this lecture will be helpful for the teachers. And as already I told you, it is easy to access location-wise, wherever you are, that means you are at home or at some outside place. Even though I can watching some participant there near the tree and watching our session. See, that's the beauty of this online learning. And it is very flexible, as already I told you. It is affordable. Yes, if we have gadgets, we can affordable it easily, and it is also very convenient. Yes, through this virtual learning, we can mentally, physically, and emotionally engage our learners. There are a number of applications. Probably we might have not known, but there are very good web-based applications and web-based programs which are very beautiful and very easy to learn. especially I urge the teachers to learn it and use it in their classroom for preparing interactive video or interactive presentations. And already this picture depicts, it will give them a freedom of expression, coordination, communication, cooperation, and collaboration, and a kind of sharing among our learners also. See, this is a visualization how our young learners are engaged in virtual level of learning, and it makes more easy. It's a kind of probably I'm going to tell you in my session also in the beginning, at the last. At the same time, there are a number of challenges. Yes, better not to call it as a problem. We can say it is a challenge, because country like India and a state like Odisha, we have a number of challenges to access this virtual learning. And it may be from student side, it may be from our connectivity side, and probably many parents are coming from poor background, and though they don't have access to mobiles, and they have not enough money to buy mobile for their child, and it's also expensive in terms of data also. Yes, so all there are things, and the important point is training and orientations. Even our teachers don't have enough training and orientation how to these online things, and how to create online and virtual lessons, and how to make interactive content. All these things, our university level or government level, they should organize enough workshop or orientation program or faculty development program to orient our teachers especially. If your teachers will be oriented, then we can propagate the same kind of knowledge and learning to our young learners. Already I told you, there are also a number of drawbacks in our virtual learning, because sometimes it goes monotonous. Many times technology failure, no one knows if my network will go, then I am blind here. So there are also several challenges in our online way of teaching. It maybe happens. We don't know, even though I have now more than 130 or 50 participants. I don't know, maybe someone is sleeping, or maybe someone is playing and just keeping the on, and maybe mute the video and mute the audio also. So it's a practically a problem to check the progress of our learner, whether he or she is emphasizing our learning or not. So that's why nowadays even we are criticizing this virtual kind of things in mobile. See, these are some of the highlighting points I have collected from one of our newspaper, Samaj paper. How this digital divide has already highlighted our digital divide, and many of the people, they are not getting proper connection, and they have to climb the mountains and climb the trees to get access of their networks. Yes, it's a genuine problem we have, and our administration and our government should try to fill that digital gap, to provide high broad network connection to all villages. And government is also working on it, and they have a plan to provide it within 2022 under the scheme of our mission national. There is a national mission is going on, NME ICT, and maximum colleges, they have covered a high broad network connectivity under NKN, National Knowledge Network also. So it will take time, and we teachers, we have to prepare ourselves. Rather than complaining, we have to orient ourselves for this online and virtual mode of education. See, this is another view. People think that this is Raja festival. No, this is not Raja festival. This is the problem with their network access. That's why they have climbed this kind of trees to access network for learning. This is the picture of last month picture. See, these are the students from the Adivasi village, and they have to walk up to the mountain, and they are accessing their network there. And this is also another issue here. This is another. Yes. After highlighting all these things, now I will tell you that what are the opportunities. We all are the teachers and academicians, and going to be the academicians, those who are the students of higher education. You have to know what are the changes takes place to make our learning more interactive and more interesting. There are a number of mobile applications. Yes, our mobile is in our hand. It's a smartphone, but whether we are enough smart to operate it, can we take the best advantage of our mobile rather than operating Facebook or WhatsApp or that TikTok? Thank God TikTok is banned, UBC is banned. We teachers to work to know what are the best applications available in the internet or in the Play Store to make our learning more interesting, and we have to take the advantage and opportunity of these applications. Probably I will refer you some of the applications. Please, whenever you get a chance, go through it, download these applications and make use it in your classroom after COVID. Okay, the one of the very interesting application which will ease your work, that is Kahoot. It's a kind of quiz-based program. You can administer in your classroom and just allow your students, those who are having mobile connectivity, to interact with it, take quiz, take evaluation test, take many kind of evaluation. You can formative evaluation. You can perform this Kahoot. Another important application is Socrative also. That also, yeah, please go through it. You just try to learn yourself. Then Google Classroom, that you know, we teachers are using it nowadays in Google Classroom. Then Animoto is also very best. Then Power School Learning, ChatG, Seesaw. There are a number of apps which will helpful to take advantage in our virtual mode of teaching learning. Yes, I told you, I'll tell you some important applications. Like many of the people, even the senior teachers, even though we many times need to type, and to type one page, definitely it will take more than 15 to 20 minutes. And if you have to type more 10 pages, it will take 1 hour. But yes, my dear participants, there is an important, interesting, tiny app. So a small app is there, that is speak to text, or that speech to text. Just I have highlighted in red mark. Go to your Google Play Store, download that speech to text app. Then just click it, speak whatever you want to type, it will type for you. Just twist your hand. Don't need to type anything, simply speak, it will type for you thousands of pages. That is a very beautiful app. I have given a demonstration in one of the workshop program. If time permits, I will also give you the same training. But you please, it's a very easy app. Speech to text app in your Android phone, please type, use it. And in Google form, you all are using speech to text in Google document is there. Click it and speak whatever you, and speak in English, it will type for you per hour, no problem. And there are some other applications already here I have highlighted: Filmora, My Simple Show, to prepare your interactive videos, interactive PowerPoint presentations, infographics, many more things like Easily for infographics creation, Flipgrid grid for video resource. And suppose you want to make comic, because comic learning is a kind of interesting learning, and we all love to read comics. And in virtual mode, you can prepare comic. It's not a big deal. You just go through Pixton.com in our website, Google, and go through it and try to make Pixton. A comic app, it is there. You go through it and prepare your comic itself for your particular topic and subject. It has all the backgrounds regarding your content, and you please prepare it. And there are a number of editing and sharing tools. Previously, we all are technophobic. That means if someone is telling about technology, no, I will not type. We are very fearful. Even though me also have a lot of fear since 2-3 years. But nowadays, we are compelled to learn technology. If you not learn technology, then we will perish. Perform or perish. Now this time demands to train with technology. So here there are a number of applications like Presentation Tube. You all are teachers, and we all are using YouTube and other media, so that on that platform you can share your lectures, videos, and interactive content online. So there are a number of applications I have listed here. So you go through it. I will share this slide. If you found it useful, please go through it and prepare your own virtual content. And one thing I want to say, we all are teachers, and I am a teacher educator. I especially trained our B.Ed and M.Ed students how to become an effective teacher. So my thing is, my point of saying that you make learner smile. That means when the learner will understand the concept, he will give a smile, and that is the biggest treasure for a teacher. Salary, forget about it. It is for the family needs only. So you see, you might have feel sometimes when your learners are happy, that gives you an internal pleasure. Oh my God, I am very happy. And nowadays, the time has come to make our classroom more interesting, more interactive, whatever it may be, through the use of our technological apps. Yes, and I guarantee if you use this kind of applications, your virtual learning will be 100% interactive and interesting. Okay. So here I'm telling you that, see how virtual learning helps us, because in physical mode we have a lot of lacuna. We actually don't understand the clear concept. But in virtual mode, as already our Professor Mita Madam highlighted, augmented and virtual reality. There are a number of applications through which we can actually visualize the things in a augmented way in the sense, as already I told you, suppose this is heart. Previously, even though I am a science student, I don't have a clear concept. Blood is coming and this is going this way. This is oxygenated blood. This is deoxygenated blood. But teacher is making everything white. So that is a kind of my concept was not clear. But our present generation learners will get the clear concept with the help of these digital applications, which will give them a real life experience, we can say. So there is a very beautiful augmented reality app, virtual reality app, that is Animal Safari. Suppose we cannot take our learners to the zoo, we can take them a virtual tour. And this is a very interesting app, Animal Safari AR. You can install it and go through it. Even though your child or your kid will enjoy it. Oh my God, this is like dinosaur, or this is the giraffe, and it will clearly elaborate all the concepts. And they will feel that they are as if watching that particular animal in front of them. So that is a very kind of interesting app. And there is another interesting app which also adds to our virtual learning, that is AR solar system. Even though in my times, our teacher used to see, I have a great regard to my teachers. They used to see, this is the sun, this is Mercury, this is Venus, this is Earth, and everything is in the blackboard. But by this kind of applications, you can visualize the learners in your wall. You just project it, and the particular solar system will be reflected in your wall. And you make interactive videos along with these applications and circulate among your students, among your learners. They your concept. You have to just explain, this is Earth, this is Mercury, and it will automatically reflect in your periphery. So that is a kind of beautiful app. If your time permits, please go through it. Another very interesting and common app, you can type AR LOPA. Augmented reality, the application name is LOPA in your mobile. Then you just go through it. It is a camera magic app. Even you can create all animals, all science projects, everything in front of your screen or in front of your wall, and prepare your video. Just explain it, and the learner will enjoy. Yes, I'm highlighting how we can take the opportunities in virtual learning rather than these drawbacks. Another thing, yes, this is a very beautiful app that is called Anatomica, and Anatomica, and this is a 3D human anatomy app. As already I told you, see in the picture, the heart, every and each part of our body has been, but very interestingly and very clearly, it has been elucidated through these applications. The students no need to have any doubt. Oh my God, this is the deoxygenated blood, this is heart, how heart pumps, how lung functions, and what is the structure of bone, and how the capillaries are connected. This will give a clear picture for our science students. Our science students will take a great advantage of this kind of applications. And suppose if you want to show you, if you want to prepare any animated or augmented reality material or any content, you can also go through this augmented class or augmented reality in education. This is also very useful application. Suppose you want to take your students to tour to Everest or to South Pole or any historical place, you can take them virtually. How take them virtually? You just download this expeditions. It's a Google extension. Then you can take your learners through this virtual tour, and they will learn as if they are visualizing the same thing in front of them. And you have to buy a VR box. That is 250 rupees cost. VR box, you can get it in Amazon. Through this, you can give them a real life learning experience. And this is for the mathematics teachers. That is Arlon Geometry 3D. And it is very useful. And after downloading it, you will see, your learner will see the actual shape of our geometrical objects. In Blackboard, it is impossible to show the cube, the three-dimensional figure of a cube. It is very impossible. But in these applications, it is very easy to learn. And the geometrical shapes and geometrical figures are easily understood by our learners. Another application is also there, that is augment 3D reality. It is also very helpful for our learners. Then Chromeville Science, this is a science app. This will be also helpful to learn different scientific and technological and educational content also. Then another interesting app for our biology students and science students, that is Complete Anatomy Platform 2020. It will also give you a detail of our body and our anatomical features and content. So I have prepared a video tutorial how to work with this Arlopa augmented reality and how you will use it. So just go through it and you will able to download it and work on that augmented reality app. Go to your Google Play Store, then write Arlopa, Arlopa. Then this type of symbol will come, just install it, then open it will, then you just accept, click accept. And after that, this type of interface will come. Then there are a number of contents. You want animals, or you want virtual tools, or science technology, or entertainment, or arts, or whatever the topic you want. According to your topic, that kind of things will appear. Yes, these are the things. So then what will happen? Suppose you go for animals. Then there are a number of animals picture will be there. You just click any picture. Like see, these are the pictures. Suppose you select elephant. You want to explain about elephant. This is an elephant, and this will be the largest mammal of this thing, the animal planet. Then what you have to do? Just click on the elephant and project it on your wall. Then what will happen? The elephant will directly come to your wall. See, this is the magic of our virtual learning. See, now it will take some time, just 10 seconds, and see, now the elephant has been imported to your wall or to your screen. See, now the elephant is in my laptop. My laptop will break down. So actually it is not actually in my laptop. It is virtually in my laptop. Then you see, you can click the record button, then record that this is the elephant and it is the largest mammal, like that. Whatever the things you want to explain, you can create your own video content. Like this, you click and it will record your things. Give someone your mobile and go to the backside of the camera and start explaining virtually. It is not here, but in the camera screen it is there. So you explain, this is the elephant, this is the largest mammal, like that. Then at the end, you can share with your students or with your colleagues. So in this way, you can prepare. See, as already I told you, now solar system is also imported in your wall. You just simply explain, this is the solar system, this is Earth, this is Venus, and this is Mercury, Earth, everything. See, how actually it is not, but it's there. That is the beauty of a virtual reality. And no doubt it will give a clear-cut idea to our learners to understand how actually it moves in space and other things. So in this way, we can take advantages of our virtual learning. So I hope I have tried my best to elaborate to you that virtual learning is a new thing for us, and we have to welcome it. And we know the challenges, and there are several constraints with us, and maybe we are not ready for it. And it will take time. Yes, I understand it will take time. But till then, we teachers from our side, we have to adapt ourselves with the new technology. As Darwin says, natural selection. If we will not learn the latest techniques, latest technology, then we will be lag behind. Okay, the learner will favorite those teachers, those who know technology, those who make interesting. It's not like that. I will teach in the same chalk and tub method. I will not learn the technology. So then what will happen? You are entering to the classroom and students are going out the class because they are quite bored. And now the next generation learners, then they are more smart than us. Yes, I guarantee they are more smart than us. So as a teacher, we should learn till the last breath. So that is from my point of view. So we have to take positively that virtual learning, and we will prepare our for the changing dynamics of our educational scenario. So with this, I'm concluding my lecture, and I extend my grateful thanks to our organizers and our principal sir for giving me a chance to interact with you all in this international platform, because I was fearing that with the much more seniors how I will do, but I hope I have given a justice to our participants to learn something new, and to that means to internalize the learning in their future days. Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity.
So, thanks a lot, Mr. Sushant Kumar Naik, Assistant Professor, Rajiv Gandhi Central University. Very beautifully, you have elaborated technology, and you have demonstrated a technology, and which will definitely help our teacher and participants, students also. And very rightly, you have mentioned that students are very info savvy, better than the teachers. And I also experiencing that things in classroom. The students are very techno savvy and info savvy. So we need to experience technology, and we have to experience with technology also. We have to imbibe technology with us, and we make the students to imbibe technology with them also. And that's a great approach, Professor Sushant. So now the time is for a panel discussion, and for that, I'd like to request Mr. Tapan Kumar Panda to take the questions and start the discussion. Over to Tapan Kumar.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, good afternoon, all of you, and good afternoon to all the participants and all the dignitaries who came to the webinar. Sir, first of all, I like to request the Professor Mohan Gautam to tell us some questions about the different questions which are coming from the different participants. So many questions have come, but we consider only some questions which are discussed in this webinar. So first question to Mohan Gautam sir, that is online class more profitable than face-to-face class teaching?
Sir, please tell the participant. Please mention the participant name.
Hello. Do you listen to me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think I would think in different way. You know, face-to-face class teaching has a different meaning. Different meaning in the sense that the youngsters, if I may say, they will meet each other, they will talk each other, they will laugh each other, And if there are the problems in getting the lesson, then they would ask each other. So these are the profits of a class teaching. Now, when we are talking of virtual teaching, it has a meaning, but it has also disadvantage. Before the coronavirus, one thing was known. That's one thing. Now, people, of course, there was the Skype, etc. People used to talk. So once a teacher is talking, and as Sushant said, that 200 people, more people are listening, they do listen. But you know, what a teacher is talking is not in a way known to them, because all the students have their own background. And within that background, what teacher is telling sometimes is not grasping, it's not going on. Whereas in the class teaching, it's easy. What I would suggest, that the class teaching would continue, because nowadays our university is closed. As soon as it starts, it would be the teaching class. Secondly, the other teaching through the telephone or through the these gadgets, it is good, but then it will give a different idea. What I would think, we should combine both of them. Like there's another way of teaching which is not used in India. I have used it. Let's say we have given a certain books in social sciences to the students to read them, and they do read them. But then I tried with the visual anthropology. The films have been made on the social institutions, and those films were shown. And then the student said, well, we have learned the book, we know about the society, but after seeing practically, I think they told to me, it is not the same, the image, but we have got it. So this is another way of teaching. Hey, sorry, my dog said. So these are
Okay, thank you, sir.
These are the ways.
Thank you, sir.
Wait, I just closed it. Hey, come here. Come on. Okay, sorry. So these are the ways, but I think both are necessary and both would continue for the time being. This
Okay,
is my
sir, thank you. The next questions are from Vishwanathan. That national education policy miss out on national education can miss out on real issues.
You are asking me?
Yes,
or
yes,
to whom?
yes, sir.
So your
Yes,
question
Professor
is the national education
policy miss out on real issues in case of India.
You know what I am thinking, as Kumar Suresh said, or Vijay Bohidar said, there is always a party politics, because elections are coming, so the new education policy has come. I doubt, because new education policy is for all of us, and we can read it and we can criticize it. That's one thing. So the national education has to be had, but there must be the regional branches. Without regional branches, we cannot understand the national education. That's one thing. Second thing is, now the question is how to implement it. It's not in theory you can implement it. You have also to see the practical aspect. And implementation means the practical aspect, which needs a lot of things. It's a question of also teaching the teachers, or giving them some idea what this new education is. And I must tell you, the new education will take at least 6 months to understand by the teachers themselves. That's one thing. Second, once they tell to the students will try to figure out in which way the ideas have been brought together. But as I said, if we have a holistic approach where we know so many things, but we are not expert, we can understand the thing and develop a national education. But the problem is here, we should not limit ourselves only to national education. We should also move to internationally, because it could be possible that the model of India is used by the Latino, African, and Asian countries. So we should be doing something more there. I think this would be my answer.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Another one question, sir. Can virtual university can also run in this situation?
Something is
University can run.
I think you asked the mute the loudspeaker, because I am hearing a lot voice. Now say again.
Can virtual university run in this situation?
You know, I don't think there is going to be a virtual university. There have been the remote courses by which students have learned something and they have tried to supplement their knowledge. That's one thing. Second thing is, if we have to have, let's say, in the rural areas, the virtual university, I think we will also see that the students should have some sort of gadgets so that they can contact each other. That's another thing. Even in the Western world, there is no virtual university. Only virtual part is used to supplement the courses, the ideas. So I think this is going to be, I think we have to combine, even there would be more techniques and we would again have to use them in our teaching methods. I would not say this or that. It's a question of holistic way. Whatever you get, you take it. Like culture is not an isolated culture. Whatever you get is good for you. You will adopt them and then make your own, and they will continue. But people can't say this is like harmonium. Let's say, good example. Indians say, oh, this is our harmonium. You know the word harmonium. But actually it was introduced by the missionaries in India. It's not an Indian instrument. So there are many things which could be removed, corrected, and people can but now the harmonium has become an Indian instrument. It is not found in European countries. So this is one of the examples I am giving to you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Next question, sir. Hello.
Sir, these are some of the questions to Professor.
Sir.
Vidya Kumar sir. Vidya Suresh Kumar. I think Kumar Suresh sir is not on the screen.
Yes, yes.
So,
No, but I'm not able to hear you. I mean, so much noise. Voice is not clear. I would not be able to listen to it. No, voice is echoing. So you switch off some of the things.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, now it is okay.
Okay, sir. So these are some of the questions to you, sir.
Sorry, voice is echoing. Somebody else is on. So I'll ask other to switch off. Otherwise, echoing voice. So I cannot be able to answer the questions.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay.
Sir, some of the questions. The first question was put by Ajay Behera. How does global education help in learning? What are the policy for global education?
Yeah. So should I answer now, or you will be reading out other questions
For the
also?
questions. Sir, shall we read? Shall we?
Okay, so I can answer this. In fact, the question is about global education. Global education per se, I mean, it is there is nothing global education per se, but sustainable development goal that clearly mention about global citizenship and some of the global values. So from that perspective, we can talk about global education, and there are many values. For example, if some of the people from education background, they may be able to comprehend it better way. Multicultural education, citizenship education, intercultural education, these are the concepts which are in practice. So in one way or the other, if we are talking about intercultural education, for example, definitely it has a global context. It could have a global context. Similarly, multicultural education, for example, it may have a global context. So global education, if we are talking about, certainly it has to be thought about, or it has to be thought in terms of some common values, some common principles of understanding. We cannot now, in this globalized world, we cannot just talk about just one or the another value. It is a way where in different countries, where in different cultures are coming together in one way or the other, they are interfacing, intermingling, and therefore that may be. And some of the values which are universal in nature, some of the values which are as per the prescription of universal human rights, for example, or similar kind of thing. Definitely that constitute some global values, and definitely those need to be considered in terms of global education. So global citizenship, idea of global citizenship, global education, that is definitely inbuilt in this.
The second one is, hello.
Yes.
Sir, the second one is put by Sorojini Mollik. Sir, her question is, in rural area, the rural area from rural area from that rural background, the students are not being connected to digital or virtual education. How can you solve this one?
Dr. Jaina, I could see the chat box, and I am able to get the question. What are the questions which have been asked, or what are the concerns have been raised? So on that basis, I would like to clarify some of the issues. So one is, of course, about rural-urban divide. So of course, if we are talking about virtual learning, one impression which is being created, that it could be more suited to, say, urban areas, or the areas which are better connected through electricity and internet, etc. There is no doubt about this. In the beginning, I had already submitted, and in a sense, Professor Vijay Bahidar, he had also made it clear, though he was critical in many senses. But I'll try to strike a balance between two positions, and my take would be there, that yes, there are problems. I realize that all the parents cannot afford, say, a smartphone or internet connection, or say the kind of data you require to run these programs or videos and all, that is there. But by and large, the internet, or say a smart mobiles have been able to reach to a larger section of population. That is one. So definitely, if we are talking about some policy prescription, or say capacity building. So definitely, that there's maybe some possibility. It is not that immediately you will be shifting to, or I'm not talking about that only virtual learning will take place and this classroom teaching will be out of the entire educational process. That is not my submission. Now, what I'm suggesting, that there is a need to have a kind of balance given the global context, given the demands of the situation. We have to also adapt ourselves in that perspective. Unless we do so, perhaps we will be lagging behind. We may be excluded. For example, if our students, some of them, of course, there was a question that if it is about first generation learners, and even in school education, I do realize the limitations of this. But definitely there are also very, very positive examples that students, even coming from first generation, say group of learners, and I would not say learners, but first generation college goers, even those who have been able to transcend some of the problem, they have been able to overcome the problems. And definitely institutions can also play some enabling role in terms of facilitating some of this, and provisioning. Provisioning could be yet another option. I also shared that sharing resources, sharing a space, sharing facilities, all combined together. So I'm not talking about that everything virtual. It is not everything virtual, but definitely we cannot deny, we cannot undermine the whole, say idea of virtual say learning. And definitely the shift is taking place, and shift is to stay. It is up to us. How do we adapt ourselves? How do we respond to this? If we do not, perhaps we'll be thrown out the whole global context. That is my submission to some of the conversation which I followed in the chat box.
So, sir, I had a question, sir. Shall I ask, sir?
Yes.
Sir,
Yes,
exactly. You told during your session, you told about rote learning, and don't you think, sir, virtual learning somehow leads to rote learning? Are you getting my question, sir?
Yeah, very, very. Yeah, this is. You complete your question.
Yes, sir. My question is that I have two questions. First one is you told about rote memorization, rote learning, and don't you think that virtual learning leads towards rote memorization? And my second question is, sir, during virtual learning, as we cannot feel the participants or students cannot feel the teachers, there is a periodic shift of motivation. And as you know that the motivation is the basic need for learning. So how can we tackle these things?
This is very, very important and pertinent question you are asking. We must be very, very clear about the whole idea of virtual learning. I'm not talking in terms of either or dichotomy. I'm talking in terms of integrated, say approach to.
Sorry, sir, you are not audible, sir. Hello, sir, you are not audible, sir. Sir, you are not audible, sir. No. Because of that.
No, I did.
Hello. Okay.
Sir, you are muted, sir. Sir, unmute, please.
Sir, you please unmute. Sir, you please unmute.
Yeah. Now. Just I unmuted. So just I was submitting my point to a very pertinent question that yes, rote learning can take place both in virtual mode as well as physical classroom in both the situations. It is so it needs a change of approach in terms of teaching, learning, pedagogical processes. How do you transact knowledge? How do you transact? It is not just about information but also about knowledge. How do you transact? That is one. This virtual learning could be a means. Technology could be a means but not in end itself, but it has more to do with whole idea of assessment and evaluation. So this I was referring to National Education Policy 2020. It is seriously pointing out this limitation, and it is also talking about that no, definitely we have to shift this, and therefore there is a need to have some combination of adjusted formative assessment rather than just summative assessment. This summative assessment is one of the drivers for rote learning. So that is one. Second question, you talked about the whole idea of perhaps this is related to the same or perhaps I missed the second point. Can you just repeat the second point?
Yes, sir. The second question was that in virtual platform, there is a periodicity of motivation. That means learner
I got it. I recall. So yes, I do agree. The kind of relationship that is there in teaching learning process between a student and teacher, the virtual platform cannot replace that. That cannot be substitute. So this is just a kind of supplementary role, supplementary role it can play, but it cannot be substitute to teaching learning, the relationship between a student and teacher. The way you are interacting with the student, this is my personal experience. Now I'm transacting the classroom. Every time when I transact the classroom, the students are asking, and as a teacher, I am also able to see the faces, their expression, whether they are getting point or not, they are expressing themselves as confused or some kind of problem. So I read the faces of each and every student, and accordingly I modify my lecture delivery, and accordingly I respond to their some of the queries. They can, and immediately I can ask question in between. So this is a kind of engaging a student, and engaging means definitely it will motivate the student, and that will engage them to be in the classroom in the entire teaching learning process. That is a limitation of virtual learning outcome. I'm not in favor of all right going for virtual learning, role of virtual learning, because we have to also adapt. We cannot just now confine and stick to chalk and talk method, which has been in place for say decades and years. Now we have to also shift. So it can play supplementary role, not the replacing of the entire teaching learning process and role of the teacher. That is what I wanted to say.
Thanks a lot, sir. Sir, my last question, sir. Last one, sir.
Hello. Your voice is not there. Perhaps.
Hello. Is it audible, sir? Is it audible, sir?
Your voice is not coming to me.
So now it's audible, sir?
Some audio problem with the system or so.
So is it audible, sir? Is it audible, sir?
Hello.
Is it audible, sir?
Now you are audible.
Sir, the last question.
Now can I hear?
Yes, my last question is, sir, as a country like India, we are just addressing the issue of digital divide. Digital divide. So how you view that digital divide from the viewpoint of National Education 2024? A digital divide.
Yeah, digital divide is really a major problem for so I'm really would like to share. In fact, I was part of a program wherein World Bank had organized the program, and international participants from different representing different countries. Not a huge participants were huge, but the resource person representing few countries, both developing and developed. One of the common points that came for discussion was that digital divide is still a problem, not confined only to the developing countries, but also developed countries. Professor Mohan may correct me, but that is the point which was a point of bone of contention for participants, that if it can happen even in developed world, what to talk about virtual learning or digital say classroom in developing countries or countries like India. This is a really an issue. So digital divide on terms of rural urban, in terms of class belonging, and in terms of class position, that is definitely a serious challenge for us. But in one way or the other, since education system, the way we are talking about, Professor Vijay Bohidar, he talked about, I'm very much convinced about some of his arguments, but there are also points of contestation. Definitely, as a teacher, I love that the argument which he is taking, the kind of position he is taking, but maybe some kind of disconnect the way the policies are moving, the things which are asking us to adapt ourselves. So even in this context, definitely the issue of digital divide is in place, but this has to be bridged. The digital divide aspect has to be bridged, but I'm not that much pessimistic. To a larger extent, this is getting bridged. It will take time. It is not just in month or say 1 year or 2 years, but definitely it will take time. But we are in process of bridging the gap, and therefore a smartphone, for example, even lower middle class or lower say in terms of income, they have been able to do many things. In fact, I was really amazed to see that one of the not very rich family, but a boy coming from very modest economic background, and he was sharing the video and all. What I could see, that video was prepared by the child. So they have also some kind of access. So gradually it will be bridged, and it will be definitely, it may take time, but definitely this is a possibility which I'm looking for.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Ranjit sir. Over to Ranjit sir.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I have collected some questions for Professor Bohidar sir. Hello, Professor Bohidar sir.
You please unmute, sir.
Yes, I'm hearing.
Yes, sir. Sir, we got a very good number of response on your presentation, and there is a question repeatedly asked by Mr. Somik, though his question is related to the answer already provided by Professor Kumar Suresh. Still, I'm asking you this one. He asks that we know there are several problems, especially in rural areas or maybe in tribal areas, as you said. So is there any way out for them, for the marginalized people, to resolve their educational problems?
Are you asking me or asking Professor Suresh?
No, sir, to you, sir. There's a question for you, sir.
Well, I don't see a way out for marginalized and tribal students right now. I see absolutely nothing as far as these groups are concerned. In fact, the tribals and the marginalized sections are now undergoing very harsh conditions of life because of COVID and lockdowns. I don't see anything really to shut out this digital divide. And let me also clarify that I'm not looking at the whole thing simply as a rural urban. Even there are poor people in urban areas living in the slums, in extreme poverty. So there is also urban poverty, just like we have rural poverty, we have urban poverty as well. And marginalized sections of the population are located in urban areas right now. Because of migration of people from one place to another in search of work when they are marginalized. But I really see nothing happening to bridge the gap right now. Maybe in course of time, something may happen, but right now nothing is happening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. There is another question asked by Anant Naik. He asked, is virtual learning a successful way to assess students?
Well, I'll ask a more fundamental question. Is it a successful way of educating students? And then the question of assessment comes. And as it has been pointed out by my co-speakers, and I did point it out as well, is that it cannot really replace actual classroom teaching, actual interaction within a space where people are together. And I made a point during my course of lecture that a classroom space has to be democratized where teacher and students learn together through interaction. So as virtual education cannot really replace, it can supplement that. And besides the teachers' lectures, they can hear lectures from all over the world. And they can have access to more information, more knowledge, more critical thoughts. And they should have the freedom to choose. There should not be a kind of curriculum with certain chosen things by some people imposed upon the students. They should have the freedom to choose from a whole range of available lectures and information from all over the world. And they should combine with what they learn in the classroom. Then it becomes more interesting. I'm not really much bothered about assessments. I've been a critic of examinations since my student career. And I made my learning process less examination centric. And even my classroom space is hardly cares about examinations. But assessing is important, as many of my friends would say. But I would not really like to assess too much, give too much of importance to assessment, evaluation, give them grades, put them in different categories. I'm not good at telling you, how we should assess. But I emphasize more on learning. It's a very open, critical kind of activity. And we should stimulate our students to learn. That is more important. I'm not an expert on assessment. I'll not be able to answer that.
Thank you. Indeed, you spoke very interestingly. There is another question asked by Nivedita Swain. She asks, is privatization of education is more helpful in virtual learning?
Well, to be very frank, I'm completely opposed to privatization. Privatization has done more harm than good. It has made education expensive. It has helped to reproduce existing inequalities, not only reproduce, but intensify existing inequalities. I'm opposed to privatization, and I have a fear that there may be a lucrative private market as far as virtual learning is concerned, unless it is regulated properly. It requires to be regulated. There can be a lucrative private market. And the private players may in fact be promoting corporate values through education, if that really happens. And in case of virtual learning, it has to be really open, very, very open, not controlled by market. Then only it can help. Well, privatization in any case, I'm opposed to.
Sir, another last question for you. This is also asked by Nivedita Swai, very interesting, maybe related to your presentation when you spoke about the economical problems of the teachers. Some are engaged as guest faculty, some as contractual. So there are much financial problems. So related to that, she asked very specifically, is the time will come that students will decide the salary of teachers in India?
I don't think I will go with that. Do students have the maturity and competence to decide salaries? They can evaluate their teachers. They can tell the teachers what their expectations are. But then the basic problem is, if you don't treat your teachers well, if your teachers are reduced to the status of beggars, and uncertainties, today they are and tomorrow they may be thrown out. It's indignity. When teachers are pauperized and they are reduced to some kind of a situation of indignity, your education also collapses. You can't treat your teachers so roughly and expect them to deliver. Any society which doesn't treat their teachers with dignity, and part of the dignity is salary, in fact. Because there has to be some, I'm not saying that the teachers should be made very affluent, but the basic human requirements to manage their families, to buy books, to buy the necessary equipments, these have to be there and they have to be recognized. And if you compare salaries across professions, there is an element of dignity also, and that dignity is not accorded to teachers. And in addition to that, there is much greater control and surveillance right now. And teachers lose their freedom. In the absence of academic freedom, you produce mediocrity, you cannot produce excellence. If education is supposed to produce excellence, teachers have to be free agents, free intellectual agents who carry a lot of dignity, and salary means something as far as there is concerned. Students cannot really decide that. They have to grow up to decide that.
Thank you so much, sir. Actually, we got quite good number of questions from our participants. So this was the last question from my side. Perhaps Dr. Kumar will ask you something. So he is raising his hand. Yes.
Yes. Your voice is not clear. There is some technical problem.
Sir, it's audible?
Yes, partly. No, not fully clear. I'm not able to get it.
Okay, sir. Now it's audible?
Yeah, it's audible.
Sir, my question is, you are against privatization, right, sir?
Indians, but no, tribal.
Privatization.
Privatization.
Yes, you are against privatization. But sir, my question is, how can you address the issue of that the capitalization of knowledge?
No, sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm not getting it clearly.
Okay.
I am also not listening at all.
Microphone. Yeah.
Jagannathji, whenever you are asking, please mute the others' mic also nearby.
Sir, is your voice audible, sir?
Yes, now audible. Yes, now it's audible.
So my question is, sir, you are against privatization, and in that viewpoint, how can we address the knowledge that these days this is going on, the capitalization of knowledge, as you have mentioned clearly in your presentation? How can you stop it, or how can you address it?
See, I have two things to say on this. Let education be the responsibility of the state. In a country like India, where people are poor, let this be a responsibility of the state, number one. The state may always say that, well, it doesn't have resources to do that. Well, my answer is that the state has no desire to raise resources. Last 30 years has seen extreme enrichment of our business community. Under this neoliberal market economy, they have become extremely rich, stinkingly rich. Tax them, levy property tax. Even on a small number of corporates, if you levy property tax, if you levy inheritance tax, you have a huge amount of resources to look after education and health. These are two very critical sectors. The state's reluctance to tax the rich is the main problem. And the state has absolutely no justification in saying that it has no resources. It has no desire to raise resources. That is my contention. Let the state do that, and we don't have to depend on the market. The market, in fact, commodifies a particular service. It makes it a lucrative, sellable service. It makes profits out of that. And the fee structures are so high in private institutions that students just can't, poor students can't afford it. The conditions of India are very important. We are within a context. The conditions of Europe may be different. I don't have much of understanding of that. But in India, there is so much of inequality and poverty. And there is a kind of decline in real wages. And if you look at the labor reforms that is going on, the wages of the working class are going to decline still further. Can you imagine in this MNREGA, the Rural Employment Guarantee Program, if somebody is earning about 200 rupees a day for a whole family, how do you expect that person to send her children for private education, higher education? So privatization, in fact, stabilizes inequalities, unequal structures, and in fact, accentuates marginalization. So I am against that. And hence, I would like to address it that way. Let state raise more resources, and let education be a right of people, not charity, not a kind of gift. I don't believe in any kind of philanthrocapitalism, a private university charging hefty amount of fees, then providing some help here and there. I don't believe in that. It has to be a kind of right, and the people, all citizens of the country have to live with dignity. And it can be a right only if the state provides. But I'm not saying that the state should control curriculum. The state should provide resources. But then universities must have their own autonomy. It should not have control. The state should not have control. It should provide resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So now
any more?
That's all, sir. We have gathered this type of questions, sir. Thank you very much for your answer, sir. So now it's a turn of Assistant Professor Sushant Kumar Naik, sir. So one question was asked by Professor Gaurang Tola. Professor Sushant Kumar Naik, Assistant Professor Sushant Kumar Naik.
Yes.
So the question is, yes, the question is, what can we do for evaluation in virtual learning, either open book system? That is the question.
So far as from this COVID point of view, this open exam system is a kind of a temporary arrangement. It is a kind of temporary arrangement, like something is better than nothing. In that mode, it is a kind of part-time. And don't take it as that after post-COVID it will happen. It is for this as an exceptional way. This time, even many of the universities, even our university has also allowed this kind of pattern, but it's a very temporary pattern. It's not a fixed. And I think after COVID, it will again switch over to the regular pattern of examination. So it's a temporary only.
Okay, sir. Another question. Hello. Is it complete, sir?
Yes. Carry on. Yeah.
Okay.
After your question, I will add. Yeah.
Okay. Another question asked by a third-year student, education student.
Yes.
He has asked the question: is virtual learning is effective for special learners like visual impaired, hearing impaired? Is
See,
virtual learning is effective for special learners?
yeah, I understand the questions. For virtual learning, there are some screen reader interfaces there in some of the ATMs and some other organizations. They have screen reader software, and there is another software is also which will definitely helpful the blind students or visually impaired students. Yeah, the software will help and they can learn. Even one of my roommate was in Tamil Nadu, and he is more than 95% blind, but he successfully learned through that online lectures, through these audiobooks. And though he cannot visualize, but he can go through all the audiobooks and screen reader softwares, and he successfully cleared more than 75% marks, and he is an assistant professor now. So I think it will not be a problem for the visual challenged learners.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Next question is asked by Shiv Shankar Panda.
Yes.
Sir, how chemical equation or symbol or chemical reactions
yes
can be visualized in what platform or what app you can utilize for that? Can you suggest like that? The question is like that, sir.
Yeah, so I told you that what are the text you want to type. Suppose there is you are writing a mathematical or some other physics or in some chemistry, more than 70% of the typing things you can do by voice type, and the rest part you can do it manually. At least you will use our hand. Neither someday our finger will vanish. So at least we will use. We will not be that much of 100% dependent on technology. We can do it manually, but there are some certain apps. If I will find out, I will definitely tell you. So far, I confess that I don't have that much of idea. I will, if I find out, I will definitely convey.
Thanks a lot, sir. Another question asked by Pooja Senapati.
Yes.
Sir, it's a very interesting question. The question is, can we combine teacher and technology in reality?
I told you, teacher should work with technology. We cannot avoid it. If we avoid, then student will avoid us. And with this point, this is a really heartbreaking discussion that Vijay sir was doing, and some student raised a question that according to students' recommendation, we will get salary. Is it our position now? And it's really, as a part of teacher educator, it's a really heartbreaking. I'm literally crying. That means we are so down in our profession. We have lost our professional ethics. Yes, I will share my experience since last 8 years. Actually, the situation arises from we teachers. That means I am a teacher educator, and every year I am teaching and training hundreds of teachers, B.Ed trainees. And what I see, only 5 to 10 students, those who are really want to be a teacher, are taking admission in our courses, and all others, because they don't have any option, that's why we want to become teacher. And that is the root cause of all evils. And that is the situation why our all the teachers are losing their respect and regard, as sir already highlighted. So that's why I'm highlighting that those teachers, they should develop some professional ethics. That then only the student will say, give 5,000 more to my teacher, because he is an excellent teacher. He has saved my future. He will not say that cut his salary, and that is really heartbreaking. We teachers should to think that what is our actually duty. If we are not comfortable within our position now, please forget and do business, do farming, whatever you may be. Please, it's a kind of request, honest request to all the teachers. Please don't degrade our position. Let's learn new things. Let's prepare ourselves. Let's attract our students by our own knowledge. That is my ambition, to prepare a batch of teachers, those who are really dedicated. Yes, actually, it's a really heartbreaking news that students will decide our salary. This is really heartbreaking.
So, sir, thank you very much. One last question asked by Noyan Kumar Pradhan, lecturer, Department of Chemistry. Any specific software for chemistry? You have answered, I think, that question.
someone has given a PHET some that application. Please go through it in Google App Store. There are more than 2 lakh softwares. So you please explore everything. If your teachers will supply, then please explore yourself, and you will definitely get. And through my YouTube channel also, I'm trying to provide more number of softwares and training. So in future, I will definitely try, because only this COVID gave me an opportunity to interact with you all. So day by day, we will be in touch, and we will learn and explore new things in the coming days.
Sir, it's a question from my point of view that what type of curricular refinement you will suggest in the viewpoint of technology? As you are a teacher
Curricular viewpoint?
educator, yes, as you are a teacher educator, what type of curricular refinement you will suggest?
Curricular refinement in the sense, like first of all, because the era is changing and our teaching learning environment is also changing, so we have to keep at least 30% of the syllabus which is related to the students to explore through technology, and through different applications they will maybe participate in the form of homework, assignments. Rather than giving them annual assignment or homework, we can give them that kind of homework so that they will explore and they will learn by their own. And that learning is no doubt is a fun for them. If our learner is enjoying the video games, why he will not enjoy the Pixton comic? Yes, he or she will enjoy, at the same time he will learn. So that kind of changes we can make gradually. Even though a teacher know what are the changes he or she can make, and we can accordingly design that kind of curricular things. Yes.
So thank you very much, sir, and my heartfelt thanks to all the 4 speakers. And now the turn is to give the word of thanks. So for that, I would like to request Dr. Dhirendra Kumar Jaina for the word of thanks. Please, sir. Over to Dr. Jaina.
Thank you, Dr. Jagannath Kumar. So anyway, what we have expected from the beginning, that definitely we will get good outcome or a breakthrough, standard breakthrough, that we have got it, I think, and it was available due to the interactions of the participants sincerely. Anyway, first of all, I have to give my thanks to Professor Madhumita ma'am, Vice Chancellor of Fakir Mohun University, who has given her time in spite of her busy schedule. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I have to give thanks to Professor Sushil Kumar Giri, our respected principal, who has also contributed a lot for arrangement of this program, and who has also inspired every point of time to organize this webinar. Thereafter, I have to give thanks to our guest and speaker, Professor Mohan Kant Gautam, who has given his consent on my request, and definitely this program, this grand event, as well as this college will definitely be indebted to his contributions by joining and contributing various ideas, constructive ideas for this topic. Thank you, Gautam sir. Next, I have to give thanks to Professor Suresh Kumar from NIPA, with whom I had interactions with this Pondicherry Central University, and I called him, I requested him, and not rejecting my request, he has given his consent, and he provided some time and shared his views, constructive views, and enlightened us regarding the positive aspects of virtual learning throughout India. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. Next, I have to give my thanks from the bottom of my heart and from the bottom of this institution, Rural Institute of Higher Studies, who has contributed his views and ideas, and especially who put emphasis on the poor people, poor students of the rural areas, the problems of the rural students, the poor students, those who are huddling with this virtual that means learning process. Thank you very much, sir, for joining with us and enlightening us in different ways. Next, definitely, I have to give thanks to young, dynamic, spirited assistant professor Sukant sir, as he has enlightened us regarding the use of the tools and techniques. Definitely, he has done huge works on these subjects and topics. He has huge knowledge regarding that, and he has shared all his knowledge, which will come for the prosperity of the students as well as the intellectual mass. Thank you, sir, for your contributions and your constructive sharing with us. Next one, I have to give thanks another sections of this webinar for the successful webinar, that is the participants, because participants are the real that means wealth of this webinar. Wow, how they have already proved it, because they have put sincerely, honestly some questions, some queries from the our honorable speakers, and that's why they have interacted in this way, that the sessions became successful, and the inter session became responsive and alert. That's why definitely I have to give thanks from the core of my heart to all these participants. Thereafter, I have to give thanks to another sections. I think they have also participated, that is media persons. Definitely, the media persons have a greater role for disseminations of knowledge and disseminations of the outcomes to the entire societies. That's why we have to thank, and definitely the RHS College is indebted to them also in this respect. Next one, those who have taken responsibility, those who have taken the accountability for organizing this webinar, that is our organizing team, and definitely from my core of heart, I have to thanks to our coordinator, Dr. Jagannath Kumar, our organizing secretary, Ranjit Mondal, and moderator, Tapan Kumar Panda, and beyond that, all the members of our organizing committee and all the members of our advisory committee, without whose supports we couldn't have done this grand job. Finally, I have to give thanks to all the staffs of RIHS College, both teaching and non-teaching, those who have inspired us directly, indirectly, those who have provided their labor honestly, directly for successful of this program. Once again, I thanks to all the stakeholders in this webinar. Thank you. Now I hand over to our host, Dr. Jagannath Kumar.
Thanks a lot, sir. It's a instruction for the participants. Please do fill the feedback form so that automatically you will get the certificate. Please do fill that. Thank you, and the meeting is end. Thank you so much, everybody.